Hey, we're here. And what? Yeah, I know. Sorry about the last week. We weren't here. It's
We
This is what it
weren't?
is. No,
We
No one
weren't.
was here last week?
No.
nah.
What the fuck?
Sometimes things just fall through. It just is what it
It's
is.
fucking Craig's fault. God damn that fucking Craig.
Maybe,
Yeah, it's
maybe
my
so.
fault.
Well, he is sick
It's your
currently,
fault.
so blame him if you want to.
I
Anyway,
do. I blame Craig. Craig is at fault for everything.
Where the fuck were you?
Uh Probably getting
Exactly.
late.
well, anyway. That being said, we should probably talk about the thing that happened
Oh,
in.
I know where I was.
Oh,
Yeah, my mother was fucking me. Yeah, that's exactly what was
so
happening.
wait. So you're a motherfucker?
No, like so I had 2 weeks off for the break, right? And everything was fine and
That's
dandy.
clearly 2 weeks for you to do stuff
Right,
for other
right.
people.
But I got like a ton of fucking baby shit to do, and I've got the
hmm
addition going on in my house. I've got a lot of shit going on in my life, like a lot of fucking shit. And I am not going to hit any of my goals or expectations. I've come to accept my personal failure as a human being in terms of like meeting any sort of deadlines or project
Yeah,
goals
you
or anything.
decided to become a dad.
Right,
You just
like
tossed all that out the window, man.
I
Yeah,
can toss
I'll do it.
off. I get that, but then all of a sudden my mother showed up. Uh, we canceled our own holiday because my mother and my sister and my wife decide to do woman shit right around the holidays. It happens every year. It's like a predictable thing. But like they did women shit, and so the three of them couldn't be in the same place at the same time. And so my
Of
mother,
course not.
so we canceled our Christmas, which is usually earlier December, and that was
Uh-huh.
great because I got an extra week to work on shit. And then all of a sudden my mother showed up unexpectedly on the first, and so she was invited there specifically to do a baby shower a couple days later, which is great. But
Uh-huh.
unfortunately, entertaining my mother for 4 days eats any and all project time. Oh,
Uh-huh.
I was probably
You don't say.
when there was a potential show last week, I was probably crying myself to sleep at the fact that I had lost 4 days of productive time on my time off and vacation.
Yeah, I get that. It is what it is, but god damn it.
Yeah, fucking yeah. Like I am
Exactly.
glad that I got to see my mother. I am glad I got to see my mother, but the house is still a mess. Like the living room, I was working on that. I think a few weeks ago. I can't remember where we
Uh-huh.
were. I think the last time I talked about it was came out fucking great. It's not perfect.
Oh, good.
I know where the mistakes are, and this is the problem with doing your own work. You know
Yeah.
where you fuck up, and even if nobody else can see it, you still know.
You
Even if
damn
you
can,
can't
yeah.
see it, you still know where the fuck it is. Like I know there's a splotch of wall paint on the ceiling, and I can't see it. I can't see it, but I know it's there because if I sit there and
Right.
shine a light directly on it and climb up right next to it, I can
But
see
it's
the
right
fact that
there
there's like
insulting me.
3 bristles. I know it's there. It's a personal insult to my ability to do stuff. But that came out fucking great. The living room's fucking great. Now it's filled with baby shit. And so yeah, I have not accomplished anything, and I was probably crying myself to sleep at the fact that I had to go back to work and I had lost. Like I had this whole 2 weeks planned of work, and I only got like 1 week of
Yeah.
work done in it. And even then, like projects slid. I was working 16-hour days, man,
Phew.
and I have
It
killed
sucks.
my tendons. My tendons are sore. My backs and muscles have recovered because I'm in a fucking chest job, but like my tendons,
Yeah.
that soft that soft tissue shit, that takes forever to fucking heal.
It does.
Forever to fucking heal.
I'm personally dealing with it currently. I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
It fucking blows. It fucking blows. So that's where I was last week. Is crying myself in a tears of unfathomable sadness at my personal failures. That's what I was doing. Yep.
More power to you.
Well, you have that. You have that. You know,
No.
it is what it is. But you're
Oh,
making
that's,
progress, so that's the important thing.
No, I'm not. Every time I get the room clean, more boxes come away with more baby shit.
Oh, really?
It's a baby shit overload.
Oh, okay. So you're in a Sisyphean
Oh yeah,
task
yeah.
of
Well,
baby
so
stuff.
I got the addition happening, right? So about 400 square feet of my house
Right.
I'm adding about 400 square feet to my house, a little bit more than that, but about 400 square feet to my house, which is not doesn't sound like a lot, and it's not, but it's in
It's
a
gonna feel
house
like it,
built
though.
in the 1800s, right? Late 1800s, but still 1800s, which had no closets and no real plumbing and nothing else, which is what
And not to mention, they didn't plan for
gonna be like-
Wi-Fi. How can you imagine that?
Bro,
Yeah.
that's gonna be like putting a fucking 24 karat gold leaping falcon hood ornament on a Hellcat.
It is. It is equivalent to that. Like the thing is that the upside to old properties, and so anybody who's going out there and buying their own house, I know there's a lot of millennials who want to do it. Here's what you got to contend with. Right, the ideal property and the ideal location will cost you fucking ass loads of money. So you're not going to get that. You can pick a slightly less than ideal property or a slightly less than ideal location, and I will be honest to anybody out there buying property or looking at property, look for your ideal location.
I was gonna say location,
because my
location.
house was built in 1899 and it fucking sucks, and I have to spend an inordinate amount of time working on it. And if you're not willing to sit there and do that, that sucks for you, but it's great for me. I have a fucking amazing yard, and when this shit is done, when all this shit is done, and it's gonna be done, I don't know when, and I'll start again probably once it's done. But I tell you, that 400 square feet. My contractor, like I was yelling at him all last week too, because he wasn't doing his shit. But like, he has finally got most of the framing up for the walls for the second floor. He should be starting the roof next week, and I can crawl out a window on the second floor of my house. I can walk through the 400 square feet that I have added. I can see where I'm going to put it. I can't really see the closet it's going to be put in, but I can see roughly where the bathroom's going to be. I can see the windows and where the bed's going to go. I can see the sliding glass door that will be going out to the porch, and I can sit there at the very back of my house, and I can look down across my acre and a third of yard and look at the river that's flowing down and blowing the back of my yard.
This is mine.
Behold, yeah, that's exactly what that fucking moment is
Totally.
like. Let me tell you.
Oh no, it
crawled
totally
out
is.
there-
It's like, look upon this. This is mine. It belongs to me. This is my dominion.
I tell you, it's the most masculine fucking thing.
It
Like,
really
you're-
is.
you're
I mean,
sitting there
even
and
if
you're
your shit
pissing
isn't
yourself 'cause you're
together, like even if you're
this
still
fucking
working
piece of
on it
shit's
and
not
there's so
doing
much to
anything.
be done, you can still look on that and like, that's mine.
Yep. I tell you, like last night, I walked out there. I got home. I can't remember when I got home, but I walked out there like I was like, "Fuck! I got a lot of shit to do. I did all the shit that I needed to do. Ate way too much fucking. I went to the fucking supermarket and got too many of the wing bar, and so that my salt and sugar overload was way too high. So, but by the time I recovered, I walked out there. I could barely see anything. It was kind of almost dark. He tarped the whole thing because we're getting a mixture of snow and rain and shit like that. I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. I can kind of see the river from here. Like, I can actually see the river from here. But I tell you, this fucking morning, I went out there when the sun was out. I walked to the edge of my building that I designed, and I have paid the contractor with my money to build that fucking shit. And I looked upon all that was mine, and I said, I am good.
There you go. There you go. Now, there's somebody who does something very similar, but isn't able to say that, actually. Looks down upon it as like, I did that. And, of course, that would obviously be Tim Waltz in Minnesota. So, he looks down upon his dominion, and I don't, from what I understand, he's not much of a musician. But I'm told that he has a love for the fiddle and would very much like to fiddle as he looks down upon Minnesota.
I hear he likes to fiddle children.
I could not confirm or deny such rumors. I can say that I have heard such rumors. Who can say whether they're true or not?
Well,
who can
more
say?
Importantly, at this point, he has confirmed 100% stolen valor. So fuck that guy. And I'll be right back.
Indeed. But so some things have happened in Minneapolis. And they involve
many sad things.
Truly. So some lady that's a member of an anti-ICE group that was trained in running away and doing all the things, as it were, in regards to fighting the man, found herself in a confrontation with the man. And then the man, seeing that she was breaking the law, walked around her car with his camera out and took a bunch of video of the car. Went ahead, made sure to get her license plate in same said video. And as he was passing by the driver's window, she was like, "Oh, go ahead. I don't even care. I'm not even angry," or something like that. I can't remember the exact words. It was something like, "I'm not angry." So he goes around, gets video of the back of the car. Then the what's the term I should use? I don't want to use the common vernacular, so we'll just say the very masculine, well, the very 13-year-old boy masculine partner at that time then had a lot to say also to that officer. Nothing of any real importance, but some words of conflict, if you like. Then the officer keeps circling around the car, gets around to the front area, and hears the tires start to spin on ice. Pardon the pun. But anyway, here's the tires beginning to spin, switches his hands with the...
I'm sorry, are you talking about the Butch Bulldyke Lesbite?
Not my words. Not my words. I chose different words.
I heard you struggling there, so I thought
it's not a struggle. It's a matter of diplomacy. I like to think myself a diplomatic man. So, diplomacy aside.
Diplomacy with a rug-munching lesboid. Sorry, continue.
So, Grecian Islands...
I would actually argue that she's not a lesboid. She had, 2 husbands, by the way.
3 kids, and apparently the
lesbian
partner was putting
the
out...
The lesbian side of her relationship is relatively new.
That's true.
But the part where she stuck the landing, that's the problem.
On that as well. Oh, that's true. Violence everywhere. But anyway, the partner apparently, rumors, again, I can't verify this, but the partner was apparently putting out cigarettes on some of those children, causing her to lose custody of at least 2, perhaps
She chose, instead of living with her kids, she chose to live with the child-abusing cunt that she was partnered with. That's the kind of mother she is.
That is...
so I'll be honest, I looked into it. I couldn't find any actual, reputable sources sitting there and validating that. Not saying it's not true. Just saying I couldn't find any reputable sources.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. And as I'm saying, we don't have verification of that per se. We just have, the...
you just have the rest of the
and I also don't think it's germane to the issue at hand. I will absolutely go with.
Here's the part where it's germane. Hold on. Here's the part where it's germane. It's where they talk about her being a Minnesota mother instead of a fucking insane person.
Well, as opposed to a Colorado mother or wherever it was that she's from, because she's not
right. That too, because she drove fucking 5 hours to get there.
Yeah. Because that is a thing.
She went way out of her way to be a terrible person. Now, you don't need to talk about the rest of the stuff that makes her a terrible person if we don't want. Fine. More importantly, and germane to the subject here, is she tried to run a guy over.
Well, and so obviously we talked a little bit before the show, and I don't think that she tried to run a guy over. I think that's a bit of an extreme take. I don't think that we know what her actual motive is.
It's fair.
We know some of her motives. We don't know her motives in the moment.
We don't know
her actions.
Her motives.
We know her actions, and her actions was she pointed a tire at the guy and pressed on the accelerator.
Hold on. Right? I don't want to. Everybody.
I'd rather you guys present your points, and then I will present it as
an aspect of spatial awareness here. I think that so I've watched the first encounter I had. Somebody came in and told me at work that I shot a woman. I'm like, fuck, why? Right? What is the case here? And my first finding on this was the Krasenstein analysis, And I specifically follow the Krasensteins. I actually like the Krasensteins. I think they are malicious, 100%. I also think they're fucking brilliant.
They're your guilty
in
pleasure,
their
you know it.
maliciousness, right? Like it is the fundamental intelligence is the ability to recognize fact patterns.
Oh no,
And they have
it's
the
one of the
ability
reasons
to
that I
just
like the Will
fucking-
Stancil so much, because it is malicious and it is brilliant.
Yeah, it is. The Krasensteins are fucking brilliant, right? They're fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah, they know what they're doing.
Really,
They know
they
what
really
they're
do.
doing.
But like they that's the thing is you watch them and like they're dishonest, 100%, and it's a perfect example that like intelligence doesn't have to mean good people.
Oh no.
But yeah, so I watch the Krasenstein take on it, and it's a very blurry video. You can't really see what's going on. You can kind of make some inferences or whatever the fuck it is, but you can't really see what's going on.
Right.
And their take was, oh my god, look at this, the guy shot her. And they specifically chose a video that shows one ICE officer that's at the side of the vehicle, and you do see the
Because
gun
the other one's
discharge.
blocked behind him.
Right, but what we don't really see is that there's another guy in front of him. And I watched the video probably 5 or 6 times, and I ended up sitting there and saying, yeah, no, this is a clean kill. Like, it's a fucking clean kill. That is
Right.
no matter it's not about like feelings. It's about, is this clean or not? And the answer is yeah. It's fucking clean.
Guy's fucking lucky he was a good shot.
Yeah, he is.
And that there was ice on the road
100%.
that day.
I would agree with that. That's a good analysis. He is. But
He got dragged like a half a football field, like probably
previously,
like weeks,
yes.
weeks prior.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
to
no,
get
I
back on
get
the fucking
that, right?
job, and he's getting run over
And I
again. It's ridiculous.
I don't think that that's the most useful argument the right brings up. To be honest.
Oh no! I think that's just an interesting
No,
observation.
I'll say that
in
in
my
and of
opinion,
itself
it
is
is
just
actually,
something to
in my
be
opinion,
noteworthy.
counterproductive to the right's goal in terms of like storytelling and whatnot in this.
That's fair.
Because ultimately, like, then the left gets to
It doesn't
say,
matter
oh,
about
he
the kill, he
suffered
was
from
good.
trauma and his judgment was compromised. And I don't think that that's the case, right? Like, I don't think that's the case.
I think that his trigger finger was point on that day. That was
Yeah,
that
the
was
real
very,
argument to be made there is he was more on point and more aware of the danger that such a thing can present.
Well,
But
can say
that's
that,
not
but, like,
what we're discussing here.
the point is that you shouldn't turn around and be like, oh, I saw people say, oh, he was traumatized and therefore he reacted this way, and that is not
that's a bad
that's not the correct take, right? Like, that is not the way you want to do it. That is not somehow, like, you could turn around and say, I understand what the right is trying to say. They're coming in and they're saying, hey, this guy was already fucking dragged. This is an actual occurrence that really does happen. This is why it's a threat. That's what the right's trying to convey when they talk about it. But I think
the
they...
reason I brought it up is this is something that is a major hazard in the job.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, right? Like, that's what I said.
Right.
Is folks on the right are sitting there and saying this is a real thing that they actually deal with. And so, like, that's the perspective that you have to have, is it as an actual hazard. But I think the problem that you have is that when you communicate with the left, who all suffer from whatever fucking trauma they
Brain
have,
rot, yeah.
is they basically take the idea of trauma and turn or trauma or any of these kinds of things, and they turn it into that's why his judgment was compromised. And so you don't want to communicate that. Everybody who
because
is
all of their
listening to this
judgment's
show,
compromised.
do not fucking fixate on the fact that the guy got hit by a car previously when he was doing his fucking job, because the left will take that as justification for why he shouldn't have been doing this job, not that it's a legitimate hazard. Right, that's
here's the thing. Also, here's another point that also should be clarified on this. Those two were not. That was not their first day of this. This was like their second or third day.
I know.
Just getting to this point early. They were out. They had already been out there for like hours, chasing these people around and harassing them.
100%.
And they videoed it. So the thing that's actually interesting right now, is where the fuck is the camera footage from the child abuser? side of the
100%. I am in agreement with you that they were out there.
I want to see that fucking video. I want to see that video because that video, of course, hasn't been shown yet because it's from her angle, and it's gonna just show them being absolute fucking cunts to these people for hours.
Well,
days.
I get that. I get that, and I understand that, and I'm not.
That's not justification to shoot the woman. That's not justification to shoot the woman. But it certainly does characterize what the fuck they were there for.
Here's the thing. So here's my take, right? Like I said, I started with the Krasin scenes. I saw the video. If you watch it and you watch it carefully, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, you'll eventually see the officers in front of the car when she starts to accelerate. There is a second angle which shows the actual event. And I've seen the left sit there and say, oh, well, the version that you're showing is sped up. It doesn't fucking matter. She very, very clearly makes contact with the officer. Right? She clearly hits him. And she clearly hits him and moves him a short distance.
And just as a by-the-by, the very first link below this show will be the video of the officer that he was taking at the time, where it's unquestionably clear how it goes down.
That's the most recent video, which came out yesterday, and it shows very clearly that she not only hit him, that he was caught off guard, that he reacted to it. 100%. All of that stuff's true. Do I think that she was attempting to hit the officer? No. I think...
Look, drive, baby, drive.
I get it. I got it, right? Like, I got that. I saw that stuff, too. I think that she was... I think the better frame of mind is...
That does not imply she was trying to hit the officer. Maybe she was just trying to listen to her wife. Fine.
I 100%... Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, is I think that she was... my original take... Holy shit, there's this...
I think that you're spot on.
I walked into my kitchen and it's leaking. I gotta figure out... I gotta move. I think
you're spot on with the fact pattern here as being more relevant and germane.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically that she did hit him.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think that dead people don't talk. That's probably the more important side of all
right?
this.
Like if she had hit him, if she had hit them, it would be the left on its back foot defense.
Oh, it'd be another Luigi Mangione. Absolutely, 100%.
Well, again,
they would be trying to infer that she's somehow afraid, which was clearly not the case in the video.
Which funny enough, well, hold on. Let's actually drill into that real quick. Because not only, that's one of the biggest talking points about this. Like, well, obviously, she wasn't doing anything that would make him afraid. She actually said to him that, I'm not...
Smiled and looked straight into him. Mm-hmm. And I think that the more important part of that is she had no fear, meaning she thought she was going to get away with... I don't think it's because she was maniacal. I think she just thought she was going to get away with whatever the fuck she was doing because she had for the rest of her life. You know, like the fact that she was entertaining a child abuser in her own home and didn't end up in jail. Like, that's... I think that leniency in the rest of her life trickled down to the part where she thought she could get away with whatever the fuck she was doing. And it doesn't matter if she tried to run over the officer or not.
I think the motive was largely evading arrest.
Probably.
I think that's what it is. And by the way, that's not to say that you're allowed to legally evade arrest by running over.
It is actually illegal to evade federal arrest when they have told you you're under arrest. So yeah,
it's not murderous, but yeah, it's still bad.
If she had not died, she would be being arrested and going to jail for a very long fucking time.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right? So, let's be very clear here. The left is mad that somebody who is quote-unquote resisting ICE did that, but like I don't think that she was attempting to hit the officer.
Fine. And again,
but
I think that the
just
relevant,
because she's not attempting to hit the officer, this moves the boundary of her actions between reckless disregard for personnel, the safety of other people,
for human life.
For human life, right? That moves her into either reckless disregard for human life,
is why I think the grin was
malicious intent. None of those are very good.
This is why I think that the smile she had on, the way she was acting, was more relevant here than people are giving credit for. Now, we don't have clear video of her face at the moment of contact, but we have a clear video of her face like right beforehand. And like she's looking at the guy.
I just don't...
I'm just saying, like if we go the most charitable route, and say, by her actions, the most charitable route, and say she was just trying to drive away and evade arrest because her wife said, "Drive, baby, drive, drive."
Mm-hmm.
This still puts her in a I still think that it points
100%,
to
right?
I think it points to a mentality where
This woman is 100%.
she thought she was going to get away with it.
This woman is 100% culpable for the situation. She is 100% responsible for her own death.
I think it points to
No.
Hold
on. She is 80% responsible. Her lover is at least 20% responsible for that drive, baby, drive bullshit.
I mean, if we want to break it down like that,
and honestly, I would like to see her charged.
I would actually put her at 40% responsible, her lover at 10% responsible, and I think 50% of the responsibility is the fact I've talked about this before on the show. The biggest problem that faces America right now is that for the last 2 or 3 decades we haven't enforced our fucking laws. And ultimately, the left has grown to this situation where they believe that that anything that they do in the phase of a protest, or
nobody gets arrested for these things. Obviously, it's not illegal. If people were getting arrested, it would be illegal. No, that's not how it works. People weren't being arrested because they were being told from on fucking high, "Don't you fucking dare arrest them." Shall I mention Rotherham?
Right. And so there's 2 aspects of this. A lot of this is boomer bullshit. Right? Like the boomers had the 1970s. They had things like the Kent State Massacre and some of these other events where so what has happened in at least the last few decades is protesters have gotten a pass. They run out in the middle of roads and they throw up their banners, they interfere with police investigations, they do all of this stuff. They basically get to do whatever the fuck they want with impunity as they're protesting. And this is a Republican problem, this is a Democrat problem, that this is the attitude the left has. And I think that if you want to turn around and say, what's the actual principal cause, it's that. It's the fact that they thought that they could interfere with a police investigation and have no consequences as a result of this. And I stated this previously in these previous weeks, and I said, your civil disobedience doesn't fucking have, like, they use it as this virtue signal point, but it doesn't matter if there's no consequences. We should have been enforcing the law the entire time. They should have had this realistic expectation that they were going to get arrested for what they were going to do. They were going to be charged. They were going to be sentenced.
You can tell that she didn't. You can tell that she thought she was going to get away with it.
She clearly thought that she could just fuck around, and she found out, right? That's absolutely what happened. Now, do you turn around and say, is that her fault? No. That is 100% the media's fault.
Her actions were her fault.
Her actions were her fault.
There you go.
But she wouldn't have engaged in them if there wasn't this permissive culture for anything that the left does that has been going on.
They were in an anti-ICE group. They were in an anti-ICE group that was doing this shit wherever ICE was going.
Which, if we had enforced the fucking law against the anti-ICE group, this probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, so this is something that has been flagrantly encouraged,
100%,
largely via inaction.
100%.
You're spot on with that. That's one of those things.
This is a tragedy. She ruined her kids' lives. She ruined her life was terminated, and she ruined the officer's life. I understand that the left is going to turn around and think that everybody's a Gestapo, but if you talk to cops who have had to shoot somebody and kill somebody, they don't fucking love it.
No, they don't get over it either.
Like the people who go play soldier in the army and took Maduro, right? Because obviously we missed that last week, right? They are 100% there for that as part of the mission, but that doesn't mean that the number of people that they kill doesn't plague them. I've worked with people who were in the special forces, not just because of my current position, but even in the private sector, like 100% private sector, they won't fucking talk about it. They're not proud of it.
They make them feel good.
They don't like the fact that they had to kill people. I've worked with covert ops snipers. I've worked with spec ops snipers. I've worked with the people who were in Delta Force and all the rest of the shit.
As a
I've
matter of
worked with
fact,
them.
I'd like to chime in on that too. Not so much having
I think
worked
actually one
with
of the
them.
guys in my group is a fucking ranger, right? Like
Hmm?
special forces people do not fucking talk about the number of people that they kill.
Oh, not just special
They don't
forces
rack it up as
on
a
that.
fucking kill.
Like I said, I want to
hate
chime in on this because I've got a lot of friends who are veterans and served in the fucking Sandlot.
Same.
So, it is what it is. Which means they've had to see things they never, ever wanted to see. And just have to keep living afterwards. And that's the thing. Out of everyone I've ever met who's seen combat, I know maybe one or two who will boast about it. And the thing about it is those people, those are broken people.
Yep.
They are deeply broken. They're not normal.
So the point is, this woman fucked up her own life. She fucked up her wife's life. She fucked up her kid's life, and she fucked up
Fucked
the
up her
ICE
ex-husband's
officer's
life.
Right? Well, I mean,
he's going to have to deal with the fallout with those kids.
He is, but it's not going to fuck him up, right? Like the kids.
Not him, but his. Well, that's why I didn't say him, but his life and those kids.
I would.
Okay,
Well, to
we
be
don't
fair,
understand-
actually, he
we don't
might
know-
have a bit more of a child-rearing burden in the near
gentlemen.
future because it would seem
Gentlemen,
like the ones that are looking over that last one are
Look,
probably
I'll
not
give you
really
that
well
it'll be a
suited.
significant inconvenience, but I don't think it'll be fuck up. Like it'll be.
So hold
like a
on,
blip.
like this, and as a point of fact, and all of that, we're all amid the fallout where people are speculating as whether or not Rebecca Good's going to be taking care of the kid. I believe the biological grandfather, has stepped in to say he'd like custody.
Yeah,
So that
Okay,
might
good.
be a ridiculous fucking daytime TV court battle over who gets to have custody. over the kid.
I hope.
I
like,
very much hope the
I
one that
I
puts
hope
out
the one
cigarettes
who is
on
putting-
kids doesn't
I
get the
don't
custody.
think anybody
Exactly.
should be involved in attempting to take the kids. I suspect the two lesbian folks are not particularly animated to pursue childcare, right? Like that's.
I hope that the grandfather gets. The
Well, you'll
kid
notice
and
in the
that kid
video there's a
just
dog
leaves
in the
that home
car,
and
not a
wants
kid.
It
yeah,
doesn't.
and the dog
I mean,
is
thank
okay.
God they
The
didn't
dog
bring
is
their
okay.
fucking kids to the protest, and the kids didn't witness their mother getting shot.
Well-
like, thank God for that. Like,
Thank God for that. The problem is that there's a very high likelihood that could have happened. Because that's
It-
actually
it
something really
absolutely
fucking
Well,
it
weird.
it
could've.
did happen to a guy named Charlie.
absolutely, it could have. Well, no, they actually weren't at
That's
the.
different.
No,
that
one of them
event.
was. Not all of them, but one of them actually was.
And
That is
I
very
agree.
different,
That's
which is-
different.
That is
It
very
should be
different.
treated
He
as
was in a
different.
fucking chair. Hold on, that was very different. He was in a
Yeah, that's
fucking
super
chair.
different.
Yeah.
He was in
Instead
a
of being
fucking
like, "Hey,
vehicle."
fuck you, Ice," it's like, "Hey, I'd like to have a
the
discussion."
deadly
I
weapon-
don't think.
But anyway.
I don't think
The
that she
deadly
was
weapon he
attempting
was
to run over
wielding
the
was a fucking
officer.
microphone.
I don't think she was attempting to run over the officer. I don't think the left coming out and saying, well, whatever she was doing isn't an excuse to kill her. That's bullshit. Right? You create an IDLH situation, and they absolutely can put you down for that. Right? 100% they can put you down for that. Whether or not you intended to harm the officer or didn't intend to harm the officer, you created an IDLH environment. You are fundamentally not necessarily going to live very long after that.
Okay, so let me stop
Right.
you here and just play out not play it out. Describe the timeline of events as they occurred so that people can have an understanding just point to point of the events as they went down. Now, make up your own minds as to what conclusion you want to draw from these events, but this is everything. It's all documented on video. So the ICE guy, he's up there. He pulls out his phone. He's taking video of the car. The girlfriend or the wife or whatever is talking shit. The girl in the car is talking shit. Whatever. He goes around the car. He gets video of the license plate because they are technically in the commission of a felony. So it's like, all right, well, fine, whatever. We're just going to go get you later. He gets around to the front of the car. As he's getting there, the other lady's like, actually, as he's getting there, another agent is coming up to the driver's window and saying, "Get out of the car."
Mm-hmm.
And at that same
Lawful
time,
order given.
yeah,
It is a lawful
It is a lawful
Yep.
order given by a law enforcement agent. And
Right. Continue.
and at the same time, the girlfriend, the wife, whatever, she's like, she
The
goes
wife.
to the door, tries to open it, it's locked, doesn't get in, and she's saying, "Drive, baby, drive." Whether she can hear it or not, don't know. The window's up, who can say? But that's what happens.
But the window behind is down for the dog.
It is,
That's right.
but whatever.
Again, same point. Go ahead.
But, we're just putting out the timeline. I don't want to make any judgments on the timeline. I just want to have people understand it. Because there's so few straight
We
breakers.
don't know if she heard it, but the window was down.
So she says the thing, the dog's in the back. Maybe she heard it, maybe she didn't. At that exact moment, she floors it. While not turned away from the agent that is in front of her car. Now, hold on. Let me do the whole timeline first. We'll get to everything after, but just the whole timeline. So she floors it for probably 1.25 seconds. Stops. Then starts turning, goes into reverse. Now, was that an immediate reaction? Did she want to run over him? Did she want to just get away? Don't know. But she did floor it, pointed at him. We do know that. She then goes into reverse, turns away, and then turns again away when she goes in to drive. But does hit him. And he shoots immediately. And then that goes through the window. You can see the screenshot of that. It's everywhere. You can see the hole in the window glass. Shoots again. Note, second shot goes through the rearview mirror on the driver's side. There is a hole at the top left corner of it. You can see it clearly. The first two shots are while he is, one, actually in the air, and then just regaining his footing from having been hit. The third shot appears, could be wrong, but again, appears to have come through at either a 90 or 45 degree angle to her being diagonal or at his side. At that point, she's done. She runs into the next car. He's like, fuck you, bitch, at this time.
Said
Fair.
fucking bitch.
Whatever. There's a fuck and a bitch, and dude's upset. Fair enough. I have not been hit by a car outside of a car. I can imagine it's an upsetting situation. Whatever. So
I assure
that's
you,
incorporeal. So,
when you get hit by a car while inside of a car, you still are fucking saying, you motherfucking piece of shit.
True.
I can tell you from inside and out, it does not feel good, and saying fucking bitch was really conservative of him.
Yes. But either way,
I've seen the left try to make hay out of that.
Yeah,
and
it's the same thing as saying like, well, sir, I'm not afraid of you. It's that same thing. It's like whatever. It's just fucking words that people are saying to each other in the moment, and just ignore that.
Yep.
But that's it, and then that's the timeline of events. Now, it's going to fall. It might not even fall to a jury to make the decision on this. Which, if it doesn't, that's fair. He is 100% within his legal rights as an officer in what he did. So if it never sees a jury, well, that's actually fair. Do I approve entirely of everything that went down? Maybe not.
Sitting,
but
right? Like,
yeah, it's complicated. But yes, please, now, go for it, brother.
The point is, I agree with your timeline. What her motive doesn't matter. I've seen the left sit there and try to argue her motive. Her motive doesn't matter. She did fucking hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? She did fucking hit him. And it doesn't matter that it wasn't a lethal hit. It doesn't matter whether she was trying to get away. It's assault with a deadly weapon. It's assault with a deadly weapon. Like, the best case scenario is had she survived the shooting,
she'd be in jail for like 20 years.
Been prosecuted for quite a bit. Right?
I mean,
like,
say what you will about Minnesota judges. The fallout of that is, I think it's the statutory minimum is like 10 or 15 years, right?
Yeah, she would have been going to jail for a very, very long time. If he hadn't killed her, right? Even if he just shot her, right? She would have been.
Yeah, she'd be in the hospital, then she'd be in jail.
She'd be in the hospital and she'd be under arrest, and it would be like, hey, you hit a fucking officer. Goodbye. Right, so that's the biggest thing that needs to be remembered here is that she would be going to jail for a long fucking time. That being said, I don't think that she was being malicious, right? I don't think she's being malicious. I think that she was being careless. I don't think that she had a particular.
I mean, I think we can all agree this was a woman driver moment.
Officer's safety. But she's not. I don't think she's malicious, right? I don't think it was an intentional hit.
That's basically you can say about every woman driver having an accident.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you, right? But like, again, like she's and I've seen the left say she shouldn't have a death sentence for this. It doesn't fucking matter. You don't know what the cop like. While I don't think it was intentional.
Well, I mean, to the very same notion, though, she was out there when Charlie Kirk died. Let's be real. She was out there when Charlie Kirk died, mocking his death. There are pictures of her doing as much.
Right, like,
does that mean it's right to mock her death? No. But does it mean it was right for her to do it? It certainly fucking doesn't.
It doesn't right to mock her death, but it sure is funny.
I just the left doing lefty things is not a moment of significance in my mind.
There's that.
I'm not saying that it's appropriate to mark Charlie Kirk's death. I'm just saying that like I don't expect less.
They're going to be assholes anyway.
Now, if we want to be completely objective about this, well, hold on. If we want to be completely objective about this, let's just do so. Let's just do so. Charlie Kirk is a devout Christian family man whose wife has some peculiar stories, but that's a story for another day. And some peculiar connections, but again, story for another day. Charlie Kirk is trying to build an organization that is spreading goodwill, basically, throughout the world. Christianity and Christian values, and generally conservative values, which, at the end of the day, make societies keep going. They just do. And you have this woman who, to her credit, 3 kids as opposed to Charlie's 1. Okay. 2, sorry, excuse me. But 3 kids as opposed to Charlie's 1. But she's obviously been in a failed...
Only had custody of one of them.
Because of abuse, no less.
Right.
So we have
already
that.
Again, that's not reported, but that I haven't seen the reporting on that.
Fair. Okay, well, let's ignore that. So we know she only had custody of one for whatever reason. For whatever reason it is.
The closest thing I found to a reputable source was the Hindustan Times, and there was so many ads on that page. I don't consider it a reputable source.
Well, anyway, yeah. So I agree, long and short. But yes, so let's just ignore that and just say that okay, she's got custody of the 1 kid for whatever reason, whatever it is. Okay, fine. Beyond that, she's in what is demographically and by the numbers the most abusive relationships in the world. That's just it. Lesbian couples abuse each other at levels that make...
I think it's like 7 out of 10.
The numbers are quite horrifying. I don't even understand.
So hold on. I want to weigh in on this because this comes from psych stuff.
Yeah,
so,
please.
Yes,
if you've got some hard numbers on that, please.
Have the highest level of domestic violence of any form of partnership. But when we actually sit there and talk about domestic violence in male-female relationships, women are the perpetrators. It is not a lesbian thing; it's a woman thing. And so men,
as a matter of fact, there's some data that just recently came out on that.
Don't start shit unless you think you can finish shit. And women are handled with kid gloves, and so they start shit all the time, right? Like my wife, early on in our dating, I remember being in an apartment, and she was mad at me for God knows what. What the women get mad at fucking men for just existing.
You said hello in a different tone.
Yeah, I said hello in the wrong way, or some stupid bullshit. I can't remember what it was, but I remember she was throwing shit at me, and at some point she threw a fucking knife. Now, I don't think she was throwing the knife to hurt me. It wasn't specifically that she was throwing a knife at me, right? It wasn't wielded in the way the throwing knife would be wielded as a fucking assassin, but it was a fucking knife. So I turned around and I reacted to that by sitting there, racing across the room, pinning her against the wall, and told her that if she fucking did it again, I would fucking end her. Right? That's how you fucking handle that bullshit. But she hasn't done it since.
Oh, that's
right.
Good.
She has when I've made her mad for woman reasons. Thrown my phone. That's happened. But she has never since. The amount of times that happens is like maybe once every 2 or 3 years that she throws something of mine, because it's a careless disregard for my own shit. right? Like,
But no lethal
100%
weapons.
that happens, but it's not
Right.
like it's not thrown at me anymore.
No
and
axes,
it's-
no hatchets, no saws, no blades.
nothing that could be construed as a weapon is thrown at me.
Good.
And nothing that could be
Progress.
and nothing that is, and even when she throws things, she just throws them to get them out of her way, out of a cycle of frustration. Is it annoying? Yes, but it's a woman doing a fucking woman shit. Like, that's just the way it is.
Woman's being woman's.
When you fuck a woman, the upside is you get pussy, the downside is you get fucking crazy, and all of them are some baseline level of crazy, and you have no fucking way around that. Like, your best strategy is to mitigate that, and obviously the hot ones are a poor choice for that because they know they can be fucking crazy because you want to put your dick in them. Like, it's a real thing. But at the same time, this is the difference. The point of this whole entire interlude, if you will, is that women have a very, very different perspective on violence than men, and until such time as they're in a relationship with a man who's willing to demonstrate their lack of physical prowess, they will continue to engage in such behaviors. So in the case of lesbian relationships, it's not necessarily that it's a lesbian relationship that's producing the harm, it's just women being women, and guess what, there's fucking two of them.
Okay, yeah,
No,
fair.
yeah, that's the lesbian part.
Right, that's the lesbian part. So it's just like, why do they have the highest rates of domestic violence? Because women are inherently fucking violent, because men are taught that if we're violent, we're going to get our fucking ass shoved in.
Yeah.
Like, women are not taught that.
That's the thing every young man has to go through is getting their ass kicked at least once. And you can tell which men haven't. Yeah, exactly. Some of us need more than one lesson.
Yeah.
So, but you can always tell the ones who haven't had
100%.
any lessons.
And that's the biggest difference between men and women, is that men learn that lesson at some stage between.
You learn that at the end of some bigger guy's fist.
You do.
Well, and that ties into what I was talking about
hurts. That's
earlier
the point.
with when you're dealing with lesbian women who are very butch and very boy-like. Note I say boy-like and not mannish. They have not had that coming of age moment. And if it happens, it can often be incredibly jarring and tragic. A la the lesbian woman that lived for a time. Well, hold on. Let me make my point here.
Sorry. Yeah.
That being that there was a lesbian woman who decided, okay, this misogyny, this misandry, this male privilege, this female privilege, none of this makes sense. I am just going to figure it out. And she decided to live as a man for a time. And she did.
I'll talk about that.
And she was accepted in the world as a man, and found it to be the most jarring, empty, and depressing time of her life. So much so that even after she left that experiment,
she spent a couple years depressed.
Yeah,
and then she killed herself.
And then took her own life.
Did she actually kill? Yeah. Did that woman kill herself?
She really did.
She committed suicide.
It's incredibly tragic.
And is that the reason that she committed suicide?
She didn't really.
Not necessarily.
Much like men.
Or
she
didn't
not really
know the
say.
Reason that
she
just suicide.
She just did
like, hey, just a nightcap on the fucking story.
No, she much like men. She just did what she felt needed to be done.
She was depressed after the whole thing for a couple of years.
Her world fell apart on her, and she was never able to rebuild it. Is what it looks like.
Basically,
to put it in the simplest.
And that was part of the transition back and forth. I think that living so completely in one way and then another.
And then to have your worldview, not only have someone tell you that your worldview is completely upside down, but to actually
not that long ago.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah,
16, 17, 18 maybe.
She did a great thing for
the documentary that she did was fantastic.
It was fantastic.
No, it was good. It was good science
really
too. Like legitimately good science.
Yeah,
in the sense that social science is science, I guess.
Yeah. Insofar as you can in that field, but I mean, still, nonetheless.
I think she did the observation part, which was nice.
Right, she did the observation. She did the actual experimentation. Right, she turned around and did.
Nora Vincent.
you know what?
Yeah.
What is it? The one biggest peeve I have with women talking about how hard they have it is none of them have actually tried to live as a man.
Yeah.
18 months.
You know.
She did that part.
Yeah, she did that part. And like
But
she
then it
found
killed
out
her.
it fucking sucked. Well, I mean, hold on.
I know.
Wait,
I'm just being
again?
facetious at that point.
Oh no, 2022. July
That's
6th,
very
2022.
sad that she died.
It's absolutely
That's
tragic
very sad.
because she was able
It
to
really
to
is.
really bring a light to something that needs a light upon it.
Yeah,
She did.
she
Yeah.
joined men's groups, some like some men's like help groups, and found out basically that's a farce. I mean that then she joined some men's clubs, et cetera, et cetera.
And to be fair,
There's
perhaps
basically there's not a whole lot of help there.
well, I don't even know what to say. It's a really sad story of someone who genuinely wanted to try and understand things, and then seems to have
And that's
have
by the
done so.
way, I understand that she was a hardcore raging lefty for the most part to start, and obviously she changed her mind. And I'm not endorsing this as a, hey, this woman did something as that's favorable to my side, because I think that that's the lowest of the fucking low bullshit that we all deal with on a regular basis. But like, she really, truly was like that is the pinnacle of intellectual curiosity, is actually going through the effort to try to understand things. And while again she never would have been a true man who has dealt with that stuff from birth, which made, let's I don't want to presume that that's what killed her. I really hope not.
Yeah,
But
well,
she hasn't dealt with it from birth. We're all trained from birth to deal with this shit, and it fucking sucks.
well, let's put it like this: there's not an alternative.
There's not an alternative. Yeah, and I remember like even stuff like I went to a dinner with my buddy and his brother and my wife is sitting there. She's a PM at the lab, and she turned around and was talking about how well she does in her performance reviews and all this other shit. And my buddy's brother turned around and said, "Oh wow, like you really should engage in the IT stuff a little bit more, because as a woman, like your sky's unlimited." I'm like, "Yeah, that's right, because if you have tits and a fucking pussy, you basically get handed shit for free." He said, "That's a terrible way. That's not true. Like that's a terrible way to put it." I'm like, "That's literally what you just fucking said."
I mean, to be
Like,
fair, it is a
literally what you
terrible
just
way of
fucking
putting the way that it is.
Like that's the way it is. We all know that's the fucking way it is. If you happen to have a vagina, you get.
That's why guys pick female characters in video games.
Yeah. No,
those.
I pick female characters.
Have
in
you guys
video games
have you
because
guys
most
heard
of
the
time it's third
story
person
of
unless they're an ass.
r/femcel?
Like,
Seriously.
I like to be titillated as much as possible.
No,
That is why I pick
real
female
question, Craig, Steve. Have you ever heard of r/femcel?
I have
I have
heard
not.
of it.
Okay, well, you guys know Reddit, obviously. I mean, Craig, you know what I'm talking about. But what it was is, incels are like guys who, involuntary celibate. There was an r/femcel community for a time. It's now locked. It can only be accessed by, you get in there, you get permission to join. Because every post by a celibate female was met with numerous DMs asking them to be their girlfriend.
I knew where that was going.
And so they locked down the subreddit because
all of a sudden it couldn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Well, look, I know a
oh
guy.
God, I guess we're not celibate after all.
I know a guy. He's got a lot of problems. Some of it's personality issues, some of it's psych issues, some of it's physicality issues, some of it's personality issues. He's got a lot of fucking shit. And he is definitely what I would consider to be an incel. And let me tell you, he achieved wizard status. For the sad people who know what the fuck that is, I was very sad when I learned what that is.
Oof.
I got laid when I was 18. The average age for men and women is somewhere around 17. I'm sure that if my girlfriend had lived at the time had lived closer to me, I would have been fucked long before I was 18. And certainly, because she was asking before I was 18, that's never been a problem for me. It's been really weird finding out that there's men who don't get laid easily.
Mhm.
And he's one of them, but at least he fucking paid for a fucking prostitute, because it it makes a difference in male psychology. It really does. Like, pussy is a magical device that orients your life views.
It can.
I don't think women have the same thing. Like, they've got an abundance of dick that wants to go in there, and that's just not true for men. Like, we have to be better if we want to have regular access to pussy.
Yeah, well, a
And I want
master
regular
lock
access to
doesn't
pussy.
work for all the keys. A master key does work for all the locks. So,
That's probably a good way to put it.
I
Right.
mean, to put it in the real simple terms, you know.
Yeah.
That's the calm way to put it.
But
Well,
yeah,
going back to Minnesota,
indeed.
I don't know. I've seen there's 3 solid videos out now. It shows very clearly that he was hit by the car. Was it a lethal hit? No. Was he scrambling to get out of the fucking way? Yes. Is it a shame that she died? Yeah. It's always a shame when anybody dies. Doesn't matter who.
Well, you know,
that
you
being
always hope
said-
for a redemption arc, you know?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like we need to sit there and again, I don't like the fact that people are sitting there and trying to be like, "Oh, well, she lost custody of her kids and blah blah." Like, I understand why we do it. We can still acknowledge that it's a tragedy she lost her life.
Well, absolutely. I mean,
Right.
completely personally. I've spoken on this a couple of times, and if you want to go look on my fucking YouTube, there's a whole fucking video about it. But my cousin, he was a piece of shit. An absolute piece of shit. He taught me that I need to sleep with a gun under my pillow.
Uh-huh.
Even still, I had hoped that there would come a time when we would all be able to welcome him back into our family. That he would turn that corner and that he would show us all that he actually was a good person. That all those fucking smarts and all that time wasn't a waste. That he'd gotten over all of his fucking addictions and that he was going to actually make a life for himself. But that didn't happen.
Yep.
And
And that's
just the way it is
thing,
sometimes.
right? Like, I despise the folks who are on welfare or whatever the fuck it is, but I don't want them to die. I don't want them to die because I want them to do better. I want people to accomplish those things. And the same thing is true for Renee Good, right? Regardless of which side of the political aisle she's on, and I don't think that she would have become somehow libertarian or conservative or whatever the fuck else, right? Like, she was always.
But you know, she might have become a shit lib. Maybe.
She could have been, right? She could have been a lot of.
I'll take a
different
shit lib over a fucking commie. 10 days out of 9.
Yep.
'Cause commies aren't
so
people.
It is sad that she died. I don't think that she was afraid. I thought when I first saw the video, I assumed that was where the mindset was. I don't think she was afraid.
Well, I mean, shit,
think
those are her own
better-
words. I'm not afraid.
Yep. I think a better perspective is that she just had so basically it goes into one of the range becomes based on the last video that was posted where it was actual contact with the individual a few seconds before. The range of potential outcomes is reckless disregard for human life to malicious intent. Now, I doubt it was malicious intent. That's a whole special category of human being. And it's pretty rare.
Maybe.
But regardless of
Also,
whether or
maybe
not
not.
it was malicious intent or not, none of that is in the I started thinking that they were just LARPing. I don't think they were LARPing. Well, actually, they probably still were LARPing.
Well, the thing about it
Right,
is when you go out and you do your whatever, you don't expect it to result in something dire. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
you
the
really
worst
don't.
that's going to happen to me is I get arrested. Nah, bitch.
Which, and again, right, like when they say, hey, the worst thing that's going to happen is I get arrested, you're 100% right in that exact assumption. But when they say, hey, the worst thing that's going to happen is I'm going to get arrested, that is literally the worst thing. They will be
Yeah,
released.
you don't know
And
how an arrest is going to go down.
No, no, no.
It might
I
go
think that
go
they
down
know that
clean
they're
as
just
anything.
going to get arrested. They might spend their night in jail, and then they get sent back out. And that's their view.
But that's, well, as we have seen, that is not how an arrest might go down.
Right.
Maybe you run. And maybe in the
that's
process of
why
that running,
this is
you
the fault
you
of Tim
you
Walz
show
and
an
the rest
officer
of
that
the
his life
adults.
might be in danger. And the officer makes the
this
reasonable
has been a thing
conclusion.
since Obama, where they haven't actually sat there and pursued the law against the left.
And
This is
you know what? Hold
inevitable
on. There's something I have to say. I absolutely have to say, because I heard so many fucking people, so many motherfucking people that had this to say. You know, Ashley Babbitt, she shouldn't have been there. Shouldn't have fucking been there. I heard that a lot. I heard a whole fucking lot of that. And now I hear all these same motherfuckers saying, but she's just a mom. She's just a Minnesota mom. Fuck you. That's all I have to say on that particular fucking topic.
Yeah, again, right, like, I've seen a lot of people sit there, particularly on the right, bring up the Ashley Babbitt thing. And I've seen folks on the left say, if you're mad about this, or if you're not mad about this, but you're mad about Ashley Babbitt, blah, blah, blah. There are significant differences between the two cases.
Mm-hmm.
Significant differences, right? Ashley Babbitt just happened to be in a window. She was not a direct threat. She wasn't wielding anything that could be conceived of as a threat. The officer fired. I don't doubt that he was scared. But it wasn't, in my opinion, a lethal kill or a justified kill, right? Because she's not wielding anything against him, right?
Sure.
And obviously
And that's
Rachel
a fair
Good
point.
was. She was driving a fucking car, and that's a huge fucking difference, right?
Yeah, and
It's still like
Yeah.
both of them are a tragedy. I'm sad about both. I really wish that. To be honest, I really wish that Rachel Good hadn't fucking died. I really wish that she hadn't. I wish that the ICE officer hadn't shot her, as well. I can look at it from a legal perspective and say, hey, yeah, this is legally a
if I were Johnny
shot.
Ice, because I'm not going to say his name even though it's out there, if I were Johnny Ice, probably what I would have done. Let's be real. I mean, that's probably what any of us would have done. That's just,
Yeah, probably.
I mean, you know, if we're Johnny Ice, you know, that's what you do. And probably, let's be real, of any of us that's here today, or likely anybody that's even going to be listening to the show, because we got a pretty great audience, they'd have probably just said, all right, officer, I'm turning off the car right now. I'll get out. And the story ends there.
And that's the thing, right? Like, again, this goes back to, like, who do I think has the most culpability here? It's not the wife. It's not Rachel. It is the liberal media and the liberal politicians who have basically attempted to say that ICE is not a legitimate law enforcement organization, and that has legit said anything that you do as part of protest is considered legitimate and legal action. And by the way, like, I think that as part of this, we should talk about the press conference that was held by Waltz with the lead attorney. I did see some stuff under Asmongold's stream, and I walked away with one thing, and then I saw other clips from the same exact, the same exact presentation that was very, very different. I think that for the most part, Waltz and the cop were essentially saying the same thing, which is, hey, we're going to sit there and start prosecuting you for your arrest, which is what I think should end up happening, because I think that is the underlying cause, right? This belief that they were justified in whatever they're doing, and having Waltz and or this cop sit there and say, no, that's not how this works. whatever. I did see some other clips that looks like Waltz was not as... I don't want to say he was unambiguous when he was doing the presentation. It was unfortunately ambiguous in terms of where the right and the wrong is, but it was very clear that they had come to the same realization that most of us have, that this death was entirely preventable, and this death was a result of essentially liberal policy. That's what I got from the first time I saw the Tim Waltz presentation. And the cop, the AG of Minnesota, saying, "Hey, yeah, we're gonna start arresting you if whatever." Obviously, that's not where I ended up with the second time I saw it, where it looks like Waltz was explicitly doing whatever. But again, this comes down to what is the cause of this tragedy, and the answer to what is the cause of this tragedy is we have told liberals that they can do whatever the fuck they want if they feel aggrieved about the particular action.
I think we should.
And unfortunately, we need to emphasize time and time again that there was an election and the majority of people voted against them.
Okay, we need to stick the landing right there because we need to change topics.
Yeah, we've been on this for a minute. But that said,
we missed something last week. Hold on. Speaking of elections, and speaking of their consequences, and speaking of whether or not we actually follow the fucking elections.
Go on.
There was an event that happened recently where a person who was not fucking elected got his ass collected by the U.S. government.
Well, you could say that he was elected. He was elected for departure.
No, he wasn't elected.
No. There was an election, and he was selected as the one that would be removed from his home. And, you know, because his wife is such a good wife, she stuck by her man at his time of difficulty and trouble. You know?
She and 32 collectivos who all got shot.
No, she didn't get shot. She didn't get shot at all.
I didn't say she got shot. I
said you
the
mentioned that as well. And the 32 collectivos, to be completely fair, are not Venezuelans. Actually, are Cuban.
Yeah, that's what
because he couldn't trust Venezuelans.
By the way, whenever they talk about collectivos, the paramilitary organization there, whenever they talk about them, they're all Cuban. They're not Venezuelan. They're all Cuban.
And there is a reason for that. The reason, of course, being that he can't trust his countrymen to protect him. For reasons. Who knows what they might be.
Yeah, maybe like losing the election in a fucking landslide. He got less than 20% of the vote.
Twice.
Yeah, twice, mind you.
So I'm going to offer, right, like, I argue all the time on the libertarian side of things. I'm generally non-interventionist. Venezuela is not very far from the U.S. coast, so I actually have bigger beef with Mexico. I have bigger beef with Mexico, Canada, and Venezuela than I do with Iraq and Libya. I don't give a shit about.
Is they're in our backyard. They're in our backyard. China and Russia were not only stealing the oil that was promised to us with our fucking infrastructure.
Now let's be real. Hold on, Craig. They weren't stealing our oil. 50 million barrels are unaccounted for and will be accounted for. But that's a big fucking a giant fucking sir fucking Mix-a-Lot butt. Hold on.
They put in fucking ICBMs.
Brother, give me a goddamn second.
Problem,
brother. I got you. We're good. But what happened here is, yes, and I've mentioned this before when we were talking about that, is that, yes, it's not a whole lot of oil in the grand scheme of things. 50 million barrels, yeah, that's a lot of barrels, but like billions of barrels.
25 fucking years of it? I'm sorry, but that's not we're not there yet. Like, that's our infrastructure.
Brother, hold on.
All of it.
We're getting there.
We put it there.
Chill. I got you. We're good. So, we got this 50 million barrels that is straight up stolen. And that's going to be taken care of. But beyond that, because that's not really the issue. The real issue is at least 2, I think 3, maybe 4 U.S. companies and every single piece of infrastructure that they built in Venezuela. Not only infrastructure, processing structure, everything. Every single thing, every single fucking wellhead to every single refinery. Almost all of them were foreign. And almost all of them were what? Expropriated from their foreign owners by either Chavez or Maduro. And both have full fucking culpability in that. So, beyond the 50 million barrels, we have oil businesses that were completely fucked over in all of this. I may not have elucidated on the topic as well as I am today in the past, but that's the long and short of it. Now, yes, would there have been business beyond the 50 million barrels? Assuredly. But there wasn't. So that's all we're going to account for now. But it doesn't change the fact that all of everything that allowed this to go down was on us. And they stole it. And they're on the hook for that. And since Chavez is dead, well, Nick, guess it falls to you. And just because, just because, we're going to shoot a missile at fucking Chavez's tomb because fuck him.
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
Yes.
That was fucking hilarious.
It was.
We fucking let them take it, by the way. We fucking let them take it. That was a massive failure on our part by letting them do that to us. Like, that was complete political and power failure on the United States' part. Letting them expropriate and then steal just everything that we had going on down there. It's not the fact that we had property down there. It's the international relationship issue. We allowed them to cut us off and then to bring in, that was a beachhead for China and Russia and South America, mind you. South America is riddled with Belt and Road projects because we allowed that to happen. That's our backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not, again, like to point that Steve
was making, the whole thing's a fucking snowball rolling downhill. It all starts there and gets worse and worse as time goes on.
But there was the fact that we let them come in and just take our shit, like, that was fucking stupid. And again, this was our refineries run largely on Venezuelan crude because we had the infrastructure. We were brought in. They asked us to come down there and help them. We were down there because we were invited.
That's true.
That wasn't us pressuring them. We built out our infrastructure here in the United States because of that. And then when they cut us off like that, we've had to figure out how the fuck we're going to run our refineries. Like, it's been a massive capital cost boondoggle because of them.
That's true. And also, on top of that too,
they decided to just, the way they did it was they brought in their own people. That was the way that Chavez did it. It wasn't an instant overnight thing. It wasn't like that. He brought in his own people who were incompetent to run those refineries and the extraction equipment into the ground. I wouldn't trust the fucking wellhead.
And that's the point I was wanting to actually make on top of that too, is since that time, because of that, these things have been run into the ground. So the oil companies that are coming in, and this is a common complaint amongst the new right and the left. Well, where's the oil? Where's the oil? Where's the oil? You can't pump the oil right away. We've already heard from the oil companies that the infrastructure doesn't exist. Well, there's a fucking reason for that. Because that infrastructure has been ruined.
3 to 7 years.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I wanted to say here, is that what has happened is because of these fucking idiot children that have been in charge, this is all fallen apart and has to basically be rebuilt by the same people who did what? Built it in the fucking first place.
Hold on, like let's pause for a minute, right? I think that we're going the wrong direction in this discussion. All of that's true. All of that's true. 100% that's true. They stole our stuff. They sat there and ran into the ground. Like Venezuela's oil. They're one of the I think they are the largest oil reserves in the world.
Yes, actually.
Venezuela's oil is
70% of the oil.
What's that?
It's 17% of the oil.
It's a huge amount.
Of proven reserves, it is 17%.
Of proven reserves, right? So
yes.
there's a whole bunch of holy fuck sticks. This is a valuable partner to the United States, 100%. And we had that. And then Chavez came in and stole a bunch of shit from us, and we can turn around and bitch and complain and whine about the fact that a communist stole shit, but that's like what they do. So it's kind of water under the bridge. It was also like 30, 40 years ago, right? All of the
Doesn't make it
companies.
right.
I'm not saying it does. I didn't say it does. I just said
Doesn't
it's
even make
30,
it old
40
news in the grand scheme of things.
I'm saying it's old fucking news, right? Like all of the companies that were involved in that whole entire thing, they got to write off all that capital shit.
Yeah, so you're getting
Like,
to the point where we're going to do something with it. And here's part of the major point of this. We don't actually need the oil. China does. And we cut that off from them. And
That's
yes,
exactly
a
what I
geopolitical
want to go
issue.
to.
Yes,
That's what I
fine.
wanted to talk about, right? Like, we can
Now they have to rely solely on Russian oil.
We can piss and moan about the fact that these people fucked us, right? We can piss and moan about it.
The point I was getting to there was our refining capacity here.
The reality is
largely
that when we start talking about Venezuela and the U.S. intervention and all the other stuff, what makes it different than the Middle East is we walked over the Middle East, and our goal, or at least our stated goal, was that we were going to bring democracy to a feudal society that had not evolved the philosophy to understand why that even fucking matters. We spent 20 years there. I think the estimated cost of the entire intervention period was about $10 trillion. Somewhere around that. Of our debt, $10 trillion.
You're talking about a society that hasn't evolved bald foreheads yet.
Right. So all of that is true. And then you talk about Venezuela.
A democracy.
When we talk about the U.S. going into Venezuela,
a Democratic People's Republic, even.
Let's ignore for a minute. Let's just ignore the fact that there's this Hugo Chavez 30 years ago did something fucking retarded. There is a tremendous value to the United States in going into Venezuela and cutting off China and Russia and Iran from their fucking oil. It is a legitimate strategic target for the United States. There is fuck ton of nothing in Afghanistan. I do not need a bunch of goat fuckers.
Well, you don't. But hey, look. The Sacklers needed to grow those poppies somewhere. Okay.
We can grow them here.
Oh, I can now.
Seriously.
Sure. I'll give you.
No. Hey, hold on.
I'll give you the drugs.
Very short thing here. Poppies are a legitimate garden plant.
A legitimate reason to defend Afghanistan, and if we decided to send those drugs over to China, I'd be all fucking for it because that's what they fucking did to us. Right?
Again, so, seriously, poppies are a legitimate garden plant.
Taking over Venezuela as we did and seizing Maduro as we did is a legitimate.
Well, hold on. I have to correct you because we did not take over.
Sure.
We seized Maduro and we made implicit demands.
We interrupted. We interrupted a major strategic asset.
Oh yes.
To all of our adversaries.
Yes.
We interrupted and I'm going to get to the oil tankers because I think that's a separate thing that we need to talk about as a separate thing.
Sure.
But we seized Maduro. We basically cut off China. We cut off Iran. We cut off Russia. We cut off all of the BRICS bullshit in one night in about 90 minutes. We cut off all of the adversaries that was building to a multipolar state. So that is a huge strategic gain for the United States. That's one. Number two, we also sat there and decapitated a narco-terrorist state. And really, we do see the Maduro regime actively involved directly with the cartels. And so when we turn around and we start talking about military interventionism, one of the things that's really pissed me off is when we talk about something like the Taliban, spending 20 years to replace the Taliban with the Taliban in Afghanistan, we gained nothing from it. There was nothing there that we were interested in. There was no value, no strategic asset that the rest of the world cared about. It was entirely like a philosophy major, masturbating to their own awesomeness. when we engaged in that action. In the case of Maduro, we basically cut off a strategic asset from all of our adversaries, number one. We eliminated a significant source of our fucking angst. I'm not saying it's all of our angst or greater than 50%, but it's probably in the 10% of our major problems are in the United States aspect of it. And we sat there and restructured we basically got to pursue any of the historical legacy bullshit that was dealing with communists stealing shit from other people. All of those are good things. But there's significant gains for the United States we may very well have prevented World War III by going and seizing Maduro. I'm not saying that it is prevented.
We're going to see more of this issue because so switching gears again, and this has actually oddly enough relevance in South America, Iran. So we all remember Iran-Contra, etc. But that's the vague, weak connection I'm using to justify this little tangent. But anyway, the whole Iran thing, you notice that I just posted this in our staff chat. The Pentagon Pizza Watch, as of 2 hours ago, noticed a bit of spike in activity.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that over the past few days.
So if people don't know that one of the things that happens when the spooks are doing overnights is the pizza places get a bit of extra traffic.
Yeah, those folks at the Pentagon, they burn the midnight oil sometimes.
For example, the night before or the night of pulling Maduro out of Venezuela, there was, I think it was a 9-fold spike in pizza deliveries to the Pentagon.
There's also another metric too, as well, that can be checked. The local gay bar attendance drops. Interestingly,
fair.
I wish I was joking. That's actually another.
No. That is another metric.
Say that again. What's the metric?
The local gay bar attendance drops.
Yeah, just like the pizzas start getting ordered, the number of folks going to the gay bars in and around the Pentagon plummets. I wish I were joking.
I mean, I don't see how that's a terrible thing.
No, it's just hilarious.
Considering how many they've recruited, it kind of makes sense.
Well,
the world is very funny sometimes.
Well, I think if you go back, so it sounds like you guys didn't meet last week, which is good.
We did not.
Well, good for me.
I was preparing for the PE exam, so I was not going to be able to make it.
Oh, you're doing the PE exam?
I already did it. I don't know how I did yet.
Oh, congratulations. Well, regardless, congratulations. I was going to prepare for it.
Thank you.
Just, with baby on the way, I couldn't spend the time I had to spend on it.
Yeah, take your time and prepare for it right. That's all I got to say on that right now. I hope I passed.
What it looked like, it looked like just a new variant on the IFE exam.
China, it's there was a lot of dumb fuck units fuckery going on. Like, yeah, it was. They were trying to fucking trick you.
They used to dive into code, and like what the code.
They have a little bit of that.
But that's apparently significantly reduced. It's basically FE exam 2.
It's kind of like FE point. It's kind of like FE part 2. The code is reduced. There was a lot of fucking stupid units fuckery going on. It was mostly in American units, which was annoying as fuck. But whatever.
Well, to be fair, guys, we probably don't want to bore the audience quite to death, but. But that said, speaking of,
I have one last thing on this. I have one last thing on this, and this is something solely between Craig and I, as a point of appreciation between the two of us. When I took my FE, I don't know what questions I passed because you just get pass fail now, which is fucking weird.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know what questions I passed. I don't know what questions I failed, but I do know one question that I failed, and that is calculating the Reynolds number. Because they somehow gave you a mixture of values that you needed between English and metric.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
I think I calculated it 7 different times, and I came up with a different answer every single time.
Different answers, yeah.
And
dude, there are problems
none of the 7 answers that I calculated matched the potential of 4 answers on the test. So
I had questions that were legitimately like that. There was like a handful of them that I just had to fucking guess. Now, in theory, I need about 70-ish%. It varies year by year, but it's around 70%. The pass rate first time through is about 65%. If you're there taking it a second time, pass rate's about 35%.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's largely because people who take it the second time, genuinely, most of them are people that have been sanctioned by their state board.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair then.
To prove that they're yeah, exactly. So I understand that. But, again, not meant to be an easy test. And it's 7 to 10 business days. That's as of starting Friday. So I got a little ways to go to wait.
I'm sure you did fine, man. I'm sure you did fine.
But
everything that I've seen says that it's no longer a PE exam, it's FE Part 2.
It did feel kind of like an FE Part 2.
Well, anyway, we should, as said, we should probably move on to some other important topics, like some of the most saddening things that we can talk about. Heartbreaking, as a matter of fact. Okay. I am going to share a video of a police chief. His heart is broken as he is saying these things to people. It hurts him to have to share this information.
Okay.
And he's crying on the video. You can see the tears welling up in his eye. He's just how sad he is.
Is this out of Brevard County or what?
Oh no, actually a little bit north of there. No, it's out of Portland. Actually, the Portland police chief. He's given a talk.
The guy who just got his ass protested out in the public.
Yeah,
giving some dumbass speech.
Yeah, so he had to come out and well, you would be heartbroken too if you had to share this news. The news, of course, being that the Portland locals that defended themselves against ICE were Tren de Aragua members. And, when you find that out as a Portland police chief, your heart's going to be broken because your heart is with those poor gangsters, those poor terrorists, those poor human traffickers. You're thinking, but the TDA, my heart breaks for those human traffickers and torturers and murderers. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not nice people.
I don't know why ICE would come to my town and take away these murderers. And, you're having a situation like that.
Left-way pieces of shit say. I don't give a fly fuck these left-way pieces of shit say. TDA and the people like them, none of them are, I hate saying this because I believe there should be value in every human life. They're not worth it.
Well, that's the thing.
Just get them. If they're not going to leave on their own, kill them because they will kill us.
At a bare minimum, they're basically terrorists.
These are not friendly people. They're not nice people. They're not here to do us any kind of favors. They're not here to participate in our economy.
They're even worse than the Somalis. Believe it or not.
They are here explicitly on a mission to kill us.
Yeah, at least the Somalis are only bilking us and doing a bunch of fraud. They're not literally here to murder us all. Small victories, right?
The Somali thing is small potatoes compared to dealing with these terrorists. Yeah. They are here to do us harm. They do not like us. They're not going to live with us peacefully. They're not going to peaceably just leave. We need to evict them and eject them. We need to do that forcefully and without any kind of remorse. Because they will prey on that.
Indeed. They will see it as weakness. And they will act accordingly.
Our good nature here is a weakness to them. They think that is something that they will take advantage of, and we will do nothing about it. That needs to be... They only understand one language. It's the same thing with dealing with people in the Middle East. They understand one language, and we need to speak it. Otherwise, they're not going to get it. They only speak in violence.
Sometimes you have to answer a person in their own language, or they won't understand your words.
We were just talking about this earlier with a coming of age thing for guys is to get a punch in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like, just to be sat on your ass and told where you live.
Yep.
Sure enough.
That is a thing every guy has to go through, and you damn well understand what that means when it's shown to you.
I think that the biggest surprise to me, and it's always a surprise to me. It shouldn't be a surprise to me. Like I think I said back when we first fucking started the thing, that it was a surprise to me, and it's still a fucking surprise to me. Is how often people will actively support things that are not in their own interest.
Oh, not even in their own interest. Actively to their detriment.
To their detriment, right? Like I can look at the MAGA folks. They have their own.
Right. They got their own bugaboos.
They got their own fucking bullshit that they support for no fucking reason. But the left is just.
It's rife.
It's psychological suicide at this point for a lot of them, and you're like, man, like, what the fuck, bro?
And far for us to know everything, far for us to have known everything, still, at some point you gotta say, why can't you guys just fucking know better?
Right, like, and it's not like, I don't want to go back. I'm not trying to drag us back to the Renee Good thing, but it is a very good example of that.
No, it's a perfect example of that.
100% fair.
The end result of her ideology is exactly what happened to her.
I am an individual who holds a security clearance, and I have to deal with government bullshit. It's fucking tedious bullshit. It's all fuck, right? All of that's true. But the reality is, like, even if I wasn't in that situation where my job is dependent on me essentially cooperating with the federal government, and my money is dependent on that, even though I wasn't in that situation, I'm not gonna fucking go up against law enforcement and fucking taunt them.
Well,
Why the fuck would I do that?
How about this, fellas? Let me
retarded.
present to you an anecdote from my own life.
I mean, before you do that, like, let's pause for a moment and reflect on the fact that this last presidential election, that was a legitimate, like, question as part of the whole entire thing, right? It was how do you deal with the top, right? Like, that was a legitimate question. Is when you're dealing with law enforcement, how do you deal with the fact that they might fucking shoot you?
And, again, that's where I want to share my own personal story here, because it is directly relevant, and has happened 2 other times since. But we'll just go with the first one. I'm driving downtown. It's late at night. I have a gun on me and a gun in the passenger seat. In my state, I have no duty to declare. I could say no, I could say fuck off, whatever. But but what happens is I get pulled over for some dumb shit. And because it's late at night and like a Saturday night, so cops are looking for a reason. So the guy pulls me over. I got a big fucking mean Glock in the passenger seat, and then I've got one on myself as well. And, he comes over to my passenger side, roll down my window, talk to the officer. And, his eyes get real big as soon as he sees that. Keep my hands exactly where they need to be, up on the dashboard, up about the wheel. Because I don't want him to think anything that he doesn't need to think. Because I know what this situation can lead to. And I have no desire for it to result in that for him or for me. Because even if I get out of that situation from it going bad, it's just going to go worse. It's just going to go way, way worse from there. So
look, I've absolutely mouthed off the cops. Fucking mouthed off the cops when they were fucking out of line.
Sure.
And it usually ends up in a ticket, and I end up having to go to court. And so basically I waste my fucking time sitting there and dealing with them. But, like, I'm not actively going out and seeking it. It's they've decided to show up and invade my fucking life.
Well, exactly the same here. And that's what happened in this situation. And it resulted in a warning, like, hey, just be careful out there. And because the two of us could respect each other as adults and act like adults, we both walk away from there. Nothing happened. We both finish our day. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's upset. Everybody's day goes on as if nothing happened. Another time, I end up getting a ticket because maybe the cop thought I was going too fast. I don't know. I would never do that. I would never, ever drive a car too fast. Anything to state otherwise is obvious allegations and slander. But let's just say the cop was right, that I was going over. You know, I happened to be carrying at the time because I always am, everywhere, at all times. And...
yeah, with your job, you probably need to.
Yes, it's stupid, but I work the most dangerous job in America, but it is what it is. And so when you...
I don't think so. That's not true.
I wish I were joking. It is the
I
stupidest...
believe underwater welders always rank at the top.
Actually not. It is fucking stupid, but I'm actually right
Really?
in this. I wish I were wrong. It is the most dumb fucking thing ever. Yes, actually, food delivery is the most dangerous job in America. It shouldn't be. That is the dumbest fucking thing ever. But yes.
Are you talking about like lives lost, or are you talking about overall number of injuries?
Overall danger.
Yeah, like people being presented with guns or robbed or just being put into dangerous situations that otherwise they would not. But no, I do get you on the underwater welding. It is actually literally much dangerous, much more dangerous from a physical standpoint. But
saturation diving is more dangerous in the immediate sense. But
yeah,
but
that said, I've had to pull a gun twice, and you know it is what it is. So there you go.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm talking about like the stuff that caused the Byford dolphin incident.
Yeah, but
saturation.
But
diving.
anyway, I'm getting sidetracked on this, and so
Evan, yeah, you've had to pull your gun twice,
and it is what it is, and thankfully that's all that had to happen. Actually, the one time I didn't have to, I was moments away, but the fella noticed that I was holding a gun and moments away from putting it in his face if he stepped closer to me, and the whole thing was resolved.
Now that's interesting on that point. So, if memory serves, there's been a relatively recent update on that regarding the FBI statistics, has there not?
In terms of
events that have been mitigated or prevented from positive gun use.
Oh, I don't know if the official numbers have been updated, but I remember some of the last ones, as far as unofficial numbers, was something in the area of like 2 to 3 million per year.
Yeah, that's updated from 500,000 to 2 million. It's now 2 to 3 million.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's a substantial difference that's been admitted to.
And that's the thing too. I didn't have to pull the trigger either time. Nobody died. Nobody got shot. Nobody got hurt.
Right.
The situation resolved itself from there. And I'll be honest, my fucking heart felt like it was going to explode not long after.
Yeah, but you almost had to take a life, maybe. That's not a good feeling.
So when the adrenaline stops dumping, you notice. Second time, I'll be fair. Second time, not as bad, but not great still. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's just the world is a dangerous place, and you have to do what you can to mitigate that danger, and honestly, to maybe dial it back a little. If that's in your own interactions with others, or with seeing maybe you're dealing with a cop. Maybe that cop's been run over by a car and had to get 36 or 32 stitches or whatever. Just a fucking couple months ago, 2-3 months back. And maybe that cop's going to be a little jumpy about it happening again. So you would not put him in that self-defense situation. As a good friend, Sam Hyde has put it numerous times in the past. We will get him on the show one day. We will. Hey, he follows me, I follow him. We're mutuals. It's gonna happen.
You just gotta DM him then, man. What are you waiting for?
Oh, fuck, that's a good idea. Jesus. Okay, well, anyway, I'm going to be doing that now while we continue the show. But that said,
You dumbass.
oh, no, that's... Look, I am not used to knowing people that matter. It's weird. Sorry.
I mean, I get it.
But anyway.
You know what he's saying, right, Steve? We don't matter.
I agree.
Just want to make sure we're all on the
I
same page.
100% agree. Look. I do not have time to get involved with all these motherfuckers on
Fair.
X or Twitter or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I just don't have time to do that. I get the influencer economy, and I'm proud that Evan is.
Seems like being an influencer is a huge pain in the ass, to be honest.
It's a huge fucking pain in the ass. Like, so like, I don't know. Like, I've told you guys, right? Like, I have videos that would go arguably viral, right? I've got stuff. My average views back when I was producing YouTube videos is higher than I think our typical views are for the show. It's a fucking pain in the ass. Like, it's a massive fucking pain in the ass.
Right.
Like, I don't... And then you sit there and you start looking at, like... Let's say I did actually crack... Like, I have videos with tens of thousands of views. But, like, let's say I did that consistently. Do you want that fucking bullshit? Like, is that something you actually want to deal with? I don't know if I want to deal with those people. Like, I really don't.
There you go.
Well, you know,
We've all
I
arguably
grew up
had
in
our
it,
viral
so...
moments. So.
And I'll be completely honest with you. I quite literally grew up in this, and I always wanted to create, and I always wanted to share with others. So here we are.
Like, if we did as a result of the show, I'm not going to shy away from it. I just, like...
It would just be really funny.
It would.
How the fuck did that happen?
It's so much of a pain in the ass. Like, I 100%, as much as, you know, Evan owes his money.
Exactly.
I
Billions.
100%
Billions
like,
must pay.
acknowledge that it's a like any form of video editing, any form of editing is a massive pain in the ass. Dealing with people.
That's what we have Evan for.
Pain in the ass.
We can pay him with the money he finally pays us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dividends, fellas. Dividends.
True. We
25% interest, I hope.
Amortized.
We need some of that predatory credit card interest.
Well, you know, it's you can't spell usury without you.
I guess that's true.
Oh, jeepers, kerwillikers.
Yep, on many levels.
But anyway, we have really dug deep into that. So, moving a little bit along, we've got some interesting news. The Prime Minister of Greenland, Minister Nielsen, has said that they are, quote, "We are open for business with the United States."
Now, context, Germany just sent 2 ships.
Yeah, mind you, this is as of the 6th. Or actually, excuse me, as of the 5th.
Germany just sent 2 ships as of today, if memory serves. So, that'll be interesting.
And also,
Greenland's
there are
ready to
some...
talk, and the Danish are not.
Well, the thing is, there's been a lot of talk on the American side of things of like, hey, we'd like to bring you guys on board. We'd like to figure out some sort of contractual agreement that we can figure out, some sort of defense agreement, some sort of trade deal.
We're willing to buy them.
And I hadn't even got to that. And then at the end, hey, we're willing to just go ahead and give you like $100,000-$200,000 per person, and call it a done deal.
Here's the thing: is I say we go bigger, because it's the easiest thing in the world. They've got like 60,000 people. If we paid $100 billion and called it a day, that's $1 million per person on the island, and then $40 billion to settle government affairs.
Yeah, I mean, if we cut out all the fucking Somali bullshit, that's easily a quarter of that just in 1 year.
Sure. Even then, pay it back from callbacks on Somali bullshit. Whatever.
So I agree with and I know this was the thing. I think that they were closer in Trump 1, and then somebody leaked it, and then that basically killed the deal. If I remember correctly, we were pretty close to purchasing it from Denmark, the actual behind the scenes, and then of course as soon as they revealed that we were about to purchase it, Denmark said we would never, blah 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 blah.
Believable.
I just thought the funniest thing was when we captured Maduro, and Putin turned around and was like, "I'm not impressed," and like,
hold on, I want to point out how absurd this is because I think it's important. We did a special military operation that lasted 88 minutes. His special military operation is still going on how many years later?
Now, to be fair...
3-day special operation? His 3-day operation lasted 3 fucking years.
Right.
Again, to be fair, he doesn't have a coalition of the willing.
I watched that whole entire thing, and I kind of wish that Trump had just turned around and been like, well, I mean, like, Putin doesn't want to know how much he can lose by. Like, you know, just be like kind of flippant about the whole entire thing, and be like, look, if Putin really wants to start some shit, we don't need Greenland no more because we'll take Russia. That would have been a great way to fucking go at this whole thing.
Okay, so Kiwi Farms has released their lolcow of the year for 2025. As of January.
You want to talk about some stiff competition? Man, what a year it has been.
So the just to cut it off early is Anissa and Ian Joma.
Mm-hmm.
They are
Ian
the lolcow
Joma,
of the year.
Just to be clear.
Ian Joma. 5,000 experts voted. So 5,000 basement dwelling autists.
Experts.
Let's see. Pirate Software, Thor was a close second, followed by Hassan. Congratulations.
Like I said, I mean, you want to talk about stiff competition. That is...
Oh, man. I'm actually kind of shocked that Thor didn't do better. Fuck Jason.
I mean, if we're being real, too, you've got clinch competitor coming in at the last second. I'm surprised she didn't make it in there, Candace.
That's true, yeah.
Because...
I bet she was in the running.
I wouldn't be surprised. She should probably have a thread there if she doesn't.
Let's see. Carl Jobst wins Fresh Meat. Billy Packman won Best Supporting Actor. Hassan the Hun, Shocking His Dog, beat Kanye West, Heil Hitler for Best Media. Jeez.
Wow.
For Communities, Roblox led by David Bazuki's Complete Incompetence, beat out Blue Sky and Jack for Best Heard. Give mine as Kiwi Farms, so there's going to be some of that farm jargon thrown in there. Let's see, Foodie Beauty beat out what the fuck these people are for Breaker of Scales. Okay, voters picked Candace over Alyssa Mercant.
That's an easy call. Now, if it had been Candace versus perhaps God damn it, what's her name? Hassan's good friend.
Oh, well, fuck! I just took the tongue myself.
The old lady. Yeah. Fuck that old bitch. She's like 78.
You mean the octogenarian?
Yeah. The octogenarian. She knows all about the
internet.
One
who wants to be a journalist. One who wants to be a journalist, but isn't.
Yeah, and also wants to get into his pants. Fuck, what's her name?
Yeah, the one that showed up to see who Shia was, and then got told to fuck off.
God, man, why can I not remember her name? Hold on, I am going to search right now. Hassan fan journalist.
Old journalist.
Old woman. Hassan fan journalist. Old woman.
Name again.
Let me see here.
Remember, she scrubs the internet of her name, so this might be a difficult search.
Taylor Lorenz. There we go. Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google, for helping me out with that one. I appreciate that. Yes. So Taylor Lorenz is the old lady. That's the journalist who's a fan of Hassan. I was trying to think of the name of. Yes.
let's see, from Gen Xer, Stealthy Geek, and Kanye West, beat out both Kanye West and Elon Musk. VTuber of the year goes to the Burnt Peanut, surprising nobody. AC Valens takes second, which was a shock. 2025 must have been the year of. Oh, okay, not reading that. See, finally, 3516 people vote to pay respects to whoever the fuck that is.
Oh, speaking of paying our respects, we actually need to dial it back to the beginning real quick. Because there's a lot of people that are not paying respects. As a matter of fact, they're paying disrespects. Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I'm going to let me just grab the link to this real quickly here, because who was it? Was it CNN or? Oh no, okay, it was Becca Stoll, just an independent journalist for Daily Wire. She was out doing interviews in Minneapolis and found, one of the demonstrators that was out there at the time. And, of course, that demonstrator, and I quote, "I feel like white tears are not always helpful or necessary." In relation to the dead white woman. She says she, quote, "feels wrong because a, quote, white woman who's privileged."
People saying, say her name, and then a bunch of BLM people are upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't do that. That's reserved for black people.
Yeah.
Well, I really... The upside is that we're dealing with fatigue on this shit.
Oh, like, there's a lot of fatigue out there in the world today.
Stranger Things, the real, like, his being gay is his superpower thing that they decided.
Man, Gats was, like, up and down livid about that. I guess he liked that show.
It was pretty bad.
Poor guy.
And he forced me to see that couple of minutes of cringe out of nowhere.
Well, if you turn around, like, so Stranger Things is an excellent show, and unfortunately, like, it looks like the Duffy brothers know how to introduce new plot points, but they don't really know how to close out existing plot points.
Is that why I went from like a handful of kids to a whole fucking kindergarten?
Yeah, it's way too many people. Way too many people. But they screwed up royally, like the ending there, where they decided that was that, and people are getting fatigued of this shit. They're just fucking tired of, like, gayness being a thing or blackness being a thing, and so I'm really glad this woman decided to say something really fucking stupid like that. That makes me happy deep inside, because everybody's gonna roll your eyes, whereas a year ago they would have taken her semi-seriously. So that was really fucking funny. But, like, you gotta think for a minute, like, how NPC these people fucking are, that they're literally saying my opinion doesn't fucking matter, and I'm gonna give it to you anyways. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter in their world construct. Like, ignoring that it doesn't matter in our world construct, it doesn't matter.
That's a really funny point. Let me just mention again, because we did talk about this last time we were on, that it's okay on the left to use gay as a slur again, because it's not good to be gay now or something. I don't know if you've noticed that, but that's a thing. Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, no, it's a high insult to call someone gay again.
Really?
Even and the people on the left are doing it. Like Harry Sissy.
Oh, well, they've never stopped that. Let's be fair.
Well, they haven't, but they were more cagey about it before. They were like, you seem like someone who might have an interest in your relationship with a man. As now they're just like, you're gay.
Now, what they would do. Here's where it was always obvious that they still thought it was an insult. Every time there was an RNC, what did they do? Mm-hmm. They immediately started screaming about and laughing about Grindr and how much there was an uptick, which is fucking funny, to be fair. It's hilarious.
Oh yeah, I mean, just like the gay bar thing at the Pentagon. Yeah, no, it's a fucking laugh riot.
Every time the RNC convenes, there's a massive spike in Grindr activity. Which is, again, quite funny.
Is there really?
Actually, yes.
It's really a thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying, like, I don't give a shit what these fucking.
It's just sociologically interesting to us. It's really fucking funny in the abstract.
Yeah,
for a bunch of people who claim to be so against it to be so significantly participating.
See, I don't know if the Republicans really claim anymore to be against it.
That's
well, these days, yeah, it's kind of not a thing anymore. But for the longest time, that was like the religious right is a thing, and now it's finally that's kind of broken. People kind of get that everybody's name was on that list. Cough, cough, cough. So everybody's a little dirty.
Mr. Gates.
Right. But, yeah, exactly.
All right. So,
hold on. I have something that is incredibly important and not necessarily breaking, but there's a lot of people talking about it, so I have to address it. And you guys are going to love this. I promise you. Craig, you're going to love it. So anyway, we've got a crazy revelation. You're never going to believe this. Via Candace Owens. I know.
Uh-huh.
Just wait. So she has just leaked government documents that have revealed that Israel gifted a private jet to Jerry Falwell.
Really?
Wham. If
shocked.
there is anyone in the whole of the motherfucking world that thought that Jerry fucking Falwell wasn't an absolute raging Zionist, what the fuck is wrong with you? How is this news? What?
Well, it's not. That's the thing.
Fucking...
I'm glad this was a surprise to her and that it got her. They got her all titillated and maybe even got her a couple of bucks from her audience. What a fucking retard.
Like, I will stand with her on the shit that she's right on. But there ain't much of it lately. There ain't much at all.
I'm sorry, but like there's no value to be found
there. I really struggle with Candace.
Right?
There's no value to be found there. I'm sorry.
She's been right on one thing out of like 78 in the past 5 months.
I don't even know if she's been right on one thing.
No, she was. She actually
by accident.
No, possibly. And possibly out of malice, actually, which is crazier still. But yeah, no, the one thing that she is right on, she actually did leak some of the DMs between Charlie and some of his backers that he was getting tired of Israel. And then that got confirmed to be true. Well, that's kind of that's kind of where it ended. She didn't
actually do any of the work there. That's only because she didn't do any of the work there.
Oh, yeah, no. They weren't, like, stuff between her and him. It was just some stuff that she happened to have. But, yeah, and that's it. That's her one. Now, there might be more to that, to be fair, but it doesn't look... There's not anything...
She leaked that maliciously, 100%. You're absolutely right on that.
There's that, yes. So, yeah, it's like...
It's because she didn't get the attention for being there for him, and his fucking wife did. God, the horror.
And now, to be fair, is there some weirdness with Erica these days? Yeah, but I'll leave that to the experts to get a little bit more into, because there's way too much shit in the air, and dealing with grieving people is a little weird.
I was going to say, the thing is, like, letting her grieve the way... I have, like, we've mentioned this before. I have my opinions on how someone should grieve, but it's not my place to be there. She's the one who lost her husband.
Now, does she have some weird connections that do seem to get weirder by the day? Kind of. But there's not anything concrete there. And until there is, that's not what we do. What we do is what we can actually back up.
Like she already had to
I would fucking love to come out right now and be like, look, here's how it is. Erica Kirk is an intelligence asset, and here's what it is. I can't say that. I literally cannot, in good faith, say these things. Maybe that'll turn out to be true. Maybe it'll turn out to be completely wrong. I legitimately don't know. Is there some weirdness there? Absolutely.
Yeah, but
this isn't what we do.
I think the bigger problem right now when we start talking about, like, because let's go back to where the source of this whole thing is the Candace thing. There is so there's two things that are contradictory. One is openness to interpretation, right? We should be asking questions. That's inherently true of an intellectual society. However,
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and whenever you look at things like our take on climate change is universally going to be why the fuck is it that you can't ask questions about this? Why is it that they aren't willing to investigate this aspect? Why, you know, and there's intelligent
Why can't you
arguments
question
there.
the food pyramid? Foreshadowing.
Right.
We'll get to that in a second.
But like at the same time, the way there's another aspect to this that is 100% legitimate to question, and it's essentially the I'm just asking questions aspect that she tends
Well, there's
to do.
two ways of presenting that.
There's two ways.
And
Well,
she's
it's
not
that.
doing
it's
it in
like
the
you should be
genuine
free
way.
to ask questions.
Well, yeah.
And
Well,
that's
it's one thing
important
to just
to
say
ask
I'm
questions.
legitimately I just want to know, and it's another to say, well, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. There's a difference between sowing doubt and exploring and discussing concerns, right? Like critique, one of the things we're trained with from the Navy perspective is it's problem, cause, corrective action, and that's a critique, right? You have to get all those elements in, and so it's actually a pretty good set of training where you have to be able to state the problem, you have to state the cause, and you have to state the corrective actions that you're going to take, and that's how you end the critique and you solve this whole entire thing. And we bring that up for any error that comes up. But there's a whole different kettle of fish for the folks who are like, I'm just asking questions. You didn't actually state a problem, right? You're just saying, hey, there's a relationship here, or there's a thing that has occurred, and maybe that could be a problem. Well, you haven't stated what the problem is. And so there's nothing definitive. There's no actual sit there and basis. There's no basis for their concern. They aren't actually saying.
That's the way they sneak in people.
And it's like they're alluding to something. And this is like it's Krasenstein 101. Candace Owens is the Wright's version of the Krasensteins.
Fair.
And it's entirely disingenuous.
That and James Lindsay.
I haven't seen enough of James. I've seen some people on the right sour with James Lindsay. I haven't seen enough as to why they're souring on James Lindsay.
The woke
She
right.
doesn't like who they like.
Well, mostly his woke right arguments, which are largely disingenuous.
Which ones are those specifically?
Oh, that the people that are questioning narrative, not so far as like Candace, but people that are actually questioning, you know, maybe birthright citizenship isn't something that the founders intended. A lot of the more foundational new right ideologies, I guess I would say, that are pretty reasonable and generally constitutionally based. He's saying that this is woke right shit. Just to put it in the simplest and quickest terms, because there would legitimately be a lot to cover if I would really dig into it.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of, like, I know that he did try to talk about the woke right, and it was a very convoluted thing when I
that was a wide net he cast, and one of the edges of it, at least one of the corners of it, hung really hard on Candace Owens. And among other people on the right who were who fell in really close with the whole anti-Jew crowd. So it's kind of been used to rope together people like Candace Owens and Nicholas Fuentes, etc. It's kind of a catch-all for people that James Lindsay doesn't like, which is the part where I didn't like the way that he tried to define it, because it was very nebulous, and that was kind of
it pretty much fell down to, this is James Lindsay's enemy list, as opposed to anything genuine.
There wasn't a very clear ideological delineation to it, which was what was really annoying.
Yeah. If you want to go completely objective with it, it wasn't. It was not objective.
So it kind of de facto fell down to, like you said, people he doesn't like. But as it grew out of his control, it's kind of roped up people like Candace Owens, Nicholas Fuentes, Hell, even some of the Russian assets like Jackson Hinkle. So it's kind of a catch-all for people on the ass end of the horseshoe is what it really boils up to.
Got it. Okay.
And
so because I saw a lot of people like react negatively, and he's basically, from what I've seen, I'm not seeing him produce anything or at least get recognized for his content or anything.
He couldn't explain it well enough where people would understand it in a way that he was comfortable with it, and so it became really clear that it was just people who he felt didn't like belong in the right. It's like that's not like if you just don't like him, just say it. That's kind of what Just say I don't like them. Like how hard is that? No, you need to have a principled position on it. So somehow, like it's fucking stupid.
Honestly, the term that I would use, and I think, well, I hope you guys recognize. I'm sure you will. Is this is his own shibboleth? He built this. He built this for his own purpose. And if to the ones that won't be familiar with this fucking old ass term, is this is basically a belief or construction regarding a class or a group that you're a boomer, you're an alt-righter, you're an outsider, you're a not one of us. To put it in the most relatable of terms, it's
As for how it's affected him, he rolled his own millstone off the bridge.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, and I do like again. I've seen all that stuff. That's been abundantly clear, right? It was one of those things where I was like, I saw enough of the woke right stuff, and I do kind of understand what he was getting at, and I just didn't see enough of the specifics, right?
Well, like I said, he didn't explain it well.
There is a component of the MAGA movement which is very ideologically akin to woke, right? Yes. They are firmly of the opinion that their eyes have suddenly been opened to the situation of the world as a whole.
Steve, it'll be revealed in 2 weeks. Don't worry about it. Q predicted this.
The Q side.
I mean,
So I did see that aspect, and it wasn't like I understand kind of what he was getting at. I don't know if he went into specifics about it. I think he was playing around with an intellectual concept, and I don't think he ever actually.
Well, that's kind of the problem is he plays around with a lot of these concepts without actually giving them the full thought they're due, and then just throws that shit out there hoping it'll stick to a fucking wall.
Yeah, and I think that's really a legitimate criticism of him.
And again, this is me being kind of flippant and quick. If I were to really dig into it, I could, but I mean, honestly, that's what it is. He's just throwing shit out there because he's mad or jealous or upset or fucking something. I don't know what precisely.
So we do have something we should read. That was really interesting. It's from and there's an original.
Okay,
video.
I have seen this and probably worth mentioning. So hold on, I'll get that up here.
Yeah.
Now we don't have just to be completely clear, this isn't verified, but we do have two sources that are saying as much. One, seemingly in Spanish, maybe from Venezuela. The long and short, I'll link both of them because one goes into great detail, the other's just kind of a long and short here. But I'll give you the short one here. Just read it off directly, and I'll provide links to both. The first one here, that one being, just read it off to you. It's from Ant Sink. An insider from Venezuela's security forces says U.S. troops are like nothing they've ever seen. Overwhelming firepower, advanced techs, total dominance. After Trump's Fox News warning on taking the cartels, Latin America is watching how powerful U.S. forces truly are. And the Spanish video has English captions if you want to read what the Venezuelan soldiers said. Just quoting directly from the video a little bit. And again, I'll throw in the full translation of the whole thing too as well, so you got it all to look at.
Yeah, the original link has the full translation as far as I understand.
I think this looked like, I saw people saying this looks like PSYOP stuff, and I kind of agree with it.
It does, but the thing about it is everything they describe does exist. And
I'm just sitting here. This is frankly for us. frankly, for us, this is the part where we just get to stroke it out, right? Just like this is clearly the United States. If it's a psyop at all, it's the United States polishing itself off. Like,
yeah, the way I look at that interview is it does look like kind of a psyop. And I think there's a whole lot of people who are like, how the fuck did we just literally walk into it? You know, we spent 20 years in fucking Afghanistan, and then we turn around and we go to like Venezuela, which is not a third world country, but it's probably like a second world country.
It became third world because of the communism.
Yeah, it fell from second into third, but yeah.
So when I think when we talk about like the third world is all the countries you don't give a shit about. Right, like that's really like the countries that are insignificant.
Okay, if you want to rank it by that metric, then sure, we care about Venezuela. So that's second world.
Yeah. So Venezuela has like it's not a first world country. You know, it's not a Russia or a China or Europe or the United States or any one of these major economic powerhouses. But it's not a third world country, right? It's not. It
was a major economic powerhouse.
It was the fourth largest economy in the world until communism.
And then Chavez.
Yeah, but like it's you know, so I think it's a good example of a second world country, a country that matters but isn't a major player in the world. It's essentially a major.
Well, a country that thinks it's a major player in the world. Funny enough.
No, I don't think Venezuela thought it was a major player.
No, I think Maduro thought a little bit more of himself than he might ought have.
I would go with first world countries are major players in the world. Second world countries are strategic assets to first world countries, and third world countries literally do not fucking matter.
Well, I would say that he gave himself a little bit more credit than was
no one gives a
certainly
fuck
due.
about Somalia.
Well, here's a good example.
A third world country.
Here's another good example: Paraguay.
Well, D.A. Keith Ellison cares quite a bit about Somalia, but anyway.
I'm
not saying there aren't people that care about
Paraguay. Who cares about Paraguay? I got to ask. Is there even a person?
Somalia is neither a major U.S. strategic asset nor a major U.S. strategic detriment.
Well, it is kind of a strategic detriment lately, but
the people are a strategic detriment, but the country is not.
We cared enough to send Blackhawks there and create a movie. All right.
So like, but the point
funny
is,
how they repaid our kindness.
A solid example of a second world nation. And your first world nations, they're gonna have your top tier shit, right? They're gonna have your top tier military equipment that like is worth noting, and they'll draw blood amongst each other. The second tier countries will have like hand-me-downs. It's not necessarily nothing, right? But, like, the United States military went up against third world countries, and we basically fucking lost, right? We can turn around and look at Afghanistan. If we're being honest, we fucking lost.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for that.
I'm not saying there wasn't.
I'm not saying you are.
Right?
I'm just iterating on that, not even reiterating.
So we fucking lost. We fucking lost against the third world nation. And then somehow, all of a sudden, we go up against the second world nation, and it was a 90-minute excursion.
Yeah, we had a guy who didn't want. We had a president in charge who basically said, "Do what you need to do, get the job done."
Yeah,
He said, "Do not hold back, get the job done."
I understand.
To the other guy who's just like, make sure you get the pronouns first.
But if you pause for a moment and look at the fact that China and Russia, like Venezuela, is a strategic asset, it is.
Well, here's the bigger thing that China and Russia learned.
By the major players on the board.
Here's the bigger thing they learned, though,
their
Steve.
hardware there, and it turns out that hardware did nothing.
That's the point I was getting to.
Yeah.
The bigger thing that they learned was that their hardware was less than useful because it gave them a false sense of security. We blew through that, and
that's
flat.
Like when you turn around and you say, "Hey, yeah, we took Maduro, and we took Maduro with no losses. We took Maduro with no real harms to our military equipment. We just basically steamed."
We had one chopper that had a couple bullet holes in it. Like that's nothing.
That's nothing.
That's absolutely nothing.
It's nothing. So I saw this thing about like, oh my God, the U.S. has super weapons and all this shit. To me,
I think it's funny.
Personally,
It looks like it's basically the U.S. sitting there and masturbating to itself.
Like I said, it's just polishing off. It's over.
It is finishing.
Well, the
It's
funny
finishing
part is
itself
the
off,
most
for sure.
advanced technology that's described in either of these posts is stuff that was used on the Seattle rioters.
Well,
like 10 years ago.
A lot of the things that they're
yeah, like at
describing
least
in
a decade
post
old.
is
More
stuff
than that.
that we know that exists. Yes, that's true. However,
They
it
weren't even
also-
like
the
they
way
came in
they
fucking black
explain it-
triangles that looked like stars. They didn't even do none of that shit. Not like they were flying auroras in, like nothing. Just like, oh yeah, they used that you used the Sonic thing on the.
I get that. I get
Seattle
that.
Cats.
And I'm not saying like what they presented is not something that is outside of the realm of like if you take U.S. technology that knew existed 10 years ago and you advanced it 10 more years, that we wouldn't have those kinds of combat abilities.
Well, what I liked about it was
discussion.
the magic aspect, because again, it's like it's any sufficiently advanced technology appears as magic, and this is a great example of it happening.
Well, assuming that it was anything other than the United States, masturbating to itself.
Again, either way you look at it, it's a sufficiently advanced technology, and it appears as magic.
Well, hold on, fellas. Actually, let me just actually explore this for a second. Actually,
you missed the point of what I said. If you
I didn't miss
calling it a psyop, you call it a psyop or whatever. It said again, any sufficiently advanced technology, and that includes the psychological kind, appears as magic.
But hold on now. Let me lean into that from both angles, as a matter of fact, because you're going in there with an overwhelming force, sure. And you're going in there with the most cutting edge tech, let's say, or not the most cutting edge, say it's a decade old. You're going into Venezuela. They've got failing oil infrastructure and people literally dying because they couldn't get their own medicine to take to the
fucking old Chinese and Russian tech.
Yeah, they literally have Cold War era anti-missile systems. So what do you
this is all modern. You're going to win the war with this, and then.
Well, I agree with all that stuff. I think that the tale that was told was a little bit exaggerated.
Sure.
I think by the way,
sorry, I want to make actually a point with that.
When I'm saying these kinds of things, there were other posts that were made closer to the incident that I think are more essentially ringing true. So there was a post I saw that said that basically sat there and analyzed what happened, and the answer is that the United States and speaking from my perspective, from what I've seen, the United States spends a lot of money on stealth tech. Yeah. We try very, very hard to not be seen when we don't want to be seen, and to only be seen when we do want to be seen, and we usually want that to be as late as possible in the equation. That is the United States approach to things. So we do have a lot of money spent in stealth tech. And I saw a post that I think is more realistic as to what actually happened. And the post basically turns around and says that the Russian and Chinese military equipment that they had did pick up United States stealth tech. They actually did see it. But it wasn't very good. Like, they saw little bits of it. It was kind of like a radar glitch. So there is a difference between passive and active radar, just like there's a difference between passive and active sonar. One you can turn around and see on your own as you go about your day to day, and the other one is like actively pinging the environment, and the other one is passively observing the environment.
A good example is
passive observation.
Can you see with a flashlight?
The passive observation of Russia and Chinese military technology was not enough to identify American technology. It was enough to alert them, but it wasn't enough to identify American military technology. And so what did they do? Well, they decided to turn their fucking radars on to get a better picture as to what's going on, so that they can target an image and do all the other stuff that they would do against something. They kind of knew what was happening. But then they turned on all their radar tech for all of their SAM sites, and because they turned on all of their radar all at once, it basically lit them up like a fucking beacon for our missiles. And by the way,
Yep.
and this is the reason I'm talking about this is I think a more realistic understanding of what happened. This is absolutely something that I was exposed to because my father was an aerospace engineer for GE. He dealt with the F-18s,
Yep.
and I remember at one of the air shows we went to, he said, those planes aren't impressive. You really want to look at the F-18E. And I said, what's so special about the F-18E? And he said it was an E-war plane. And I said, what the fuck does that mean? And he said, basically, the guys who drive the F-18E have balls. Their goal is to go into the middle of a combat zone and basically provoke everything to shoot at them. And once everything sits there and shoots at them, they've got a whole bunch of tech on board to prevent them from hitting.
There's that shot.
But
there's
at the same time, once everybody and their brother is shooting at them, then they know where to strike. They know where to strike, and that is a more accurate description of what. So you sit there and you look at the earlier accounts, which is, hey, they kind of saw the U.S., but they didn't really see the U.S. They couldn't use their technology on passive, so they had to switch to active. And when they switched to active, it lit up all of their stations and their sites, and so we were basically able to blow them up. And that is 100% in line with, how we generally go about this shit.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. That is generally the modern U.S. paradigm of warfighting.
Then the technology is indistinguishable from magic aspect.
Well, again, it's not just the technical on the ground; it's also the psychological back home.
100%.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And so the magic that I'm mentioning in that aspect, I think is probably yet to be seen, but we're going to see it soon. We're kind of seeing it in Iran right now.
And just real quick, because this kind of ties back to what we started the show out with, there's a lot of people that are saying a lot of things that I think come from a position of not understanding America. Like, a lot of foreigners are saying, hey, you've got, you're just allowing murders to happen, and, all you guys that said all of this, that it wasn't okay for the police to just murder somebody. It's like, well, you don't understand the fullness of the situation. And just like this Maduro situation, it's like there are people out there saying, this gives carte blanche for Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine, or this says that he can go ahead and take Taiwan. Well, okay, I'll give you the one. I'll give you Putin. I'll give you that one. But Taiwan, no. You've got this so fucking upside down that you're fucking inside out. What this actually does, and to be fair, it probably gives Putin a little bit of pause too, but it abso-fucking-lutely gives Xi Jinping some fucking pause, because he's going to think, this motherfucker is wild. He will just fix problems. Like I will fix problems.
You can just do things.
You can. Yes, Craig. Exactly that. You can just fucking do things. You just can.
Yeah. And now here's another thing for context. 43 out of 45 presidents of the United States of America have done pocket war, have done just showing up and doing shit and then getting it done and leaving. Only 2 presidents have not. Just 2. So when anyone says this isn't constitutional, it's okay, take it up with 250 fucking years of this.
No, sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't care. You think it's not that I don't care that it's not unconstitutional.
Wow, that really sucks for you. Oh man, that must make you really upset.
So I would actually
sad that your parents have to deal with that mental retardation.
I think that we should back off that perspective a little bit, because I don't think that's entirely correct.
Article 2.
I'm not. Hold on.
So
I'm not saying Article 2, right? Like there was this whole entire discussion. So this got resolved back in the 2010s, just about. So in 2009, a few weeks after Obama took office, he basically engaged in a bombing campaign in Libya for like 60 fucking days. It was incredibly long.
And that's the limit.
It didn't really serve a purpose, and basically they turned around and said, "What the fuck? You're breaking constitutional grounds or whatever the fuck it is." And the answer from the left, and this was from the left, is they said that's not true. He's allowed to engage in military action under his own cognizance for up to 60 days, and at the end of the 60 days, he needs a formal declaration from Congress.
Bomb the living bejeepers out of those forces.
He is required to not only seek approval for continued action from Congress, but he is required by law. I think War Powers Act says within 60 days he must inform Congress what he did and why.
Yes.
In person, I think was part of it.
But that was stuff established for Obama. And the left was okay with it.
Right.
Well, not only that, too. We got to remember we have to bomb Belgrade to bring peace, too. But,
88 minutes, I just got to say, is a lot shorter than 60 days.
And that's, yes, true. 100%. Like, that's true. And that's the thing.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Just
I'm not saying it's not right or wrong, right? Like, that's not what we're saying. They chose that it was okay when Obama did it for X number of hours. And because they decided to justify it then, which I don't think had been justified in that way prior to that, but because they
had been because of Bush. It had been because of Bush in Iraq. Now, regardless, they gave him
Congress.
They
gave
him the declaration. They gave him the declaration earlier than 60 days, but he just fucking went in, which is.
I thought that they gave him the declaration before he went in.
I thought he just went.
I don't know the exact answer.
No,
to that, so
I'm pretty sure that he had a formal declaration before he went in.
All right. Well, I thought that either way, I thought everything was in motion before that. But
no, I mean I'm sure they started planning, but like don't forget after
it's entirely possible I was
September 11th, like there
was there's a fire under the ass, yeah.
There was nobody who was saying, "Oh yeah, you can't do that. You can't go after the Iraqis." There
were people. I remember that. There were people who saying you can't fucking do it. I remember those people being very fucking stupid.
Maybe, but
that was a fucking debate.
There might have been people who did it, like, and I know after
maybe it's a point of living in like a more liberal area. The liberal star of Florida is Gainesville, but like.
I mean,
I remember that shit being in the fucking. I remember that shit being in the fucking newspaper. People saying you can't do it. And
I can tell you when I was in Massachusetts, there was nobody who was opposed to it then. Now, granted, to be fair, right this is one of the things
a proximity
we're
issue too,
about a regional difference between the United States here, right? You're in Florida, I'm in Massachusetts. My next door neighbor, like we had people in my school who were on those flights because people went in and out of JFK and the associated New York airports all the time. So it hit a lot closer to home to Massachusetts.
That's what I was going to say. It's a proximity issue.
Yeah.
I had family in New York at the time, which was like not everybody in school had family in New York, for example.
Right. I can tell you that Massachusetts as a blue state wasn't even a question.
Yeah.
Wasn't even a question is it legal? It was why the fuck have you not done it yet? Was basically where Massachusetts was.
Yeah. Like I said though, it was just I remember those articles in the fucking Gainesville Sun. And I was livid. That was shit that made me want to sign up, and I was told not to.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that were in that boat. So I guess the point of the whole entire thing was, I am pretty positive that Bush had a declaration of war, and he actually explicitly went for a declaration of war to Congress before he took military action in Iraq. Because if I remember correctly, he actually didn't take military action in Iraq until like January, right? Like he had almost 3 months in between, right? Because there was this whole assessment period and like, is this the right thing to do? And all like there was all the hemming and
I'd
hawing.
honestly have to go back and look.
That's what I remember was it was pretty close.
That seems very familiar to me. That doesn't sound wrong.
I'm pretty positive there was a period of time.
Take your word for it.
One of the things I distinctly remember, and again, this is a you know, coming from a blue state right next to New York where we had people that were directly affected by this. One of the things that was absolutely shocking was how quickly they put an Islamic council member in front of the fucking news cameras to say, hey, you know, the Islamic people don't really stand for this, yada yada yada, boo-hooey,
Yeah.
don't be Islamophobic, and all the other bullshit that came about.
Yeah, that.
And I remember sitting there and being like, we haven't even gotten to like the candlelight vigil yet, and they're sitting there and saying, don't blame us for something. And nobody had even gotten to the point where they're like, hey, let's place blame, which was really super suspect to me at the time. And it really soured me on the whole Islam bullshit, because it's like, you can't come out 30 minutes after a fucking terrorist attack and say, it's not my fault. Like, nobody was looking there. Like, we didn't know what the fuck happened. And you're already like, nope, don't look over here.
Then they tried to buy the fucking land, put on Moscow.
Yeah. So like I don't know. That's what I remember. Is I'm pretty sure that George Bush had a formal declaration of war, and he went fucking in.
That's the other side of it, is the fact that he went in there, like, and this is something I said to my dad, like right beforehand, is I said to him, and this, the sad thing is I was right, and it's not like it wasn't obvious at the time that this could be an issue. I said, we can't have another Vietnam. And what happened? All the way through with Biden's actions, we had another fucking Vietnam.
Oh, man, we even had the withdrawal. The whole fucking thing.
Right? Like, that's... If you turn around and you say, hey, why is it that MAGA is generally non-interventionist? The answer is that fucking bullshit. Like, we all saw 2 decades of us.
Yeah, we've seen what interventionism fucking does. We've seen what global adventuring gets done.
Dozens of American lives lost in order for us to successfully replace the Taliban with the Taliban.
We lost thousands of soldiers.
Was it thousands? I wasn't sure.
It was like it was almost as many as we lost in the towers.
Really?
Yeah.
So
we lost
like
almost 3,000 soldiers.
It's not a fucking surprise that folks who are MAGA are like, hey, yeah, I generally don't want to be interventionist. But when you turn around and say, hey, we engaged in a 90-minute military operation, we accomplished our goal. We're not planning on rebuilding that civilization. We're not planning on bringing democracy to African tribesmen. It's a different fucking thing, man. It's a different fucking thing.
We're talking about helping out with keeping the democracy alive in a place that's already a democracy.
Right.
We're talking about building up the infrastructure we lost that we had already built.
Well, it's outside of that.
To help them.
It's 90 fucking minutes and we're done.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not 20 years and we're done. It's not $10 trillion and we're done. It's 90 fucking minutes. Like, people just woke up the next day and it's like, oh yeah, we already have Maduro.
No, I like this one from
and we woke up and we owned another country's president.
I like this one from Nuxador. He said, you know, everybody went to sleep and they woke up, and before their morning shit, we had another country. Right. Before the morning shit, it was over. Right. Alrighty.
That's a little bit different than, like, if the reports had been, oh yeah, we're over there and we're currently fighting, I would have rolled my fucking eyes. But I went to bed, I woke up, and it was done.
Oh yeah, no, that was the reports for about 10 minutes, and then it was kind of nothing, and then it was kind of, oh hey, here's the whole story, here's how it went down.
Mm-hmm.
The videos were wild.
Yes.
There's the one where the people, and this is probably the one where they even got the bullet holes. There was the one where they were shooting at the helicopter, and it just unleashed a few missiles.
Oh yeah, they quite literally rained hellfire.
Like, you don't fucking do that. Like, it's just stupid. And like, it wasn't even like they were using 50 cals. Like, you heard the gunshots, and you saw like one or two of them, like the flashes from where they were. And then you saw a handful of missiles come in from one chopper. Dead.
Yeah.
And then you had the guy going, mierda, mierda, mierda.
Yeah. That's how that turns out. Oh, and just as a by the by, as I had mentioned earlier, of course, DA Keith Ellison. We've spoken on him a number of times. Of course, Minnesota DA Keith Ellison, now representative. But I don't know if he's the Attorney General currently. Well, whatever. Keith Ellison, the guy that said, yes, I am Antifa.
Minnesota AG.
Yeah, so that guy. Anyway, it would appear that there's some breaking news. As of today, he is under criminal referral to the DOJ for his involvement in the fraud. Now, mind you, this is above and beyond his being a member of a terrorist organization that he publicly announced he was a member of. So this could be very interesting. I look forward tremendously to the results of this investigation and hopeful prosecution. Been a long time coming on that one. Years, even.
That's interesting.
Quite. Oh, speaking of interesting, as I had mentioned previously too, there's been all this talk about giving people a good deal in Greenland, and then the leadership of Greenland that's like, hey, that sounds cool. Let's talk about it. And then everybody east of Greenland saying, you can't invade Greenland. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, Trump's like, faggot what? I'm sorry, what did you say? Excuse me? So the current reporting is that special forces are being prepared.
En route.
That's it. They're just special forces are being prepared in the case of necessity for an invasion.
Yeah, and this is in context of 2 German boats being sent over.
True. The last time German boats came over this way,
we taught them a lesson.
Well, no, that's not true, actually. They went down to Argentina and dropped somebody off, and then, anyway.
Well, that wasn't our way. That was down south.
True, but that's a whole complicated other thing.
If they're coming over this way, north of the parallel.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an issue.
We sunk them.
That could cause some issues. Oh, speaking of issues,
they might just be getting rid of their old hardware. We never know. We do have a good history of disposal services here too.
That's true. But oh man, I've got some.
Take out the trash in one country, and everyone suddenly has bags available.
Go figure. Go figure. So, speaking about taking out the trash, let's.
I'm skeptical on the Greenland thing. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll be honest with you. As far as the actual military responses, I'm gonna guess that it's Trump just throwing a bluster out there to say, "Look, will you motherfuckers just shut the fuck up and fuck off? I'm gonna buy Greenland, and you're gonna shut up about it."
Yeah, it's. Here's the question: is this is actually something someone else said earlier. Instead of leaving NATO, he's making everyone else leave it. Oh, that's actually pretty fucking funny.
I'm okay.
I mean, we only pay for it, so I mean, admittedly, he finally got some people to start honoring their commitments. We're still paying for most of it.
Yeah.
But maybe it'll start to reach parity at some point with equal commitments across the board, because I believe it was 3% of GDP was the commitment, and we're paying some stupid amount. And then he got everyone else to finally reach their commitments, and I think everyone's target now is 5%. It's like, come on.
And the really crazy thing about that is
France wasn't even paying 2, and they were complaining. It was like, shut the fuck up.
Right? They got a lot of balls over there, as if they got 2 leaders with a lot of balls. But that's a court will decide on whether that's the case or not. So we'll see. But just 2 days ago we had talks of direct meetings between the leadership of Greenland and the U.S. leadership, completely sidelining Denmark. So it's quite obvious that European players are not being reasonable. Surprise, fucking surprise.
Never are.
Kind of seems that way.
You know, we could win a world war for them. We could win 2 world wars for them, and they'd still be like this. And what do you know? It's exactly what happened.
I'm telling you, maybe they're.
Well, here's the sad thing is it's looking like it's gonna be like that fucking. It's gonna be the War of the Kings from the Hobbit series, where the elves and the elves and the dwarves are going at it until the orcs showed up. It's like this is all wonderful practice for a real event and all, but you need to invite it.
I don't understand. Denmark hasn't done anything with Greenland. Why do they fucking?
Yeah, it's just fucking.
Just sell it. Just fucking sell it.
Theirs. That's right. Because it's theirs. Because it's their toy, and they don't want other people to be able to play with it.
Kind of seems like. Kind of fucking seems like.
Because they're being told to sell it.
I want to be very clear. If when you start talking about like military intervention in Greenland, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, no, that's fucking. It's crazy talk.
It is really crazy.
Why are you people talking about this fucking annexation?
What exactly are you going to accomplish by invading a country of like 1,000 people? What are you gonna do?
Well, let me give you some
your
context
Abrams
on it.
tank off?
Part of the reason is because Chinese and Russian boats have been swimming around it with impunity.
I understand the reason why we want
and that's the NatSec reason we care about it is because China and Russia are interested.
Look, I please let me be very clear. I'm not saying that there isn't a reason why we want it. I understand.
No, I get it. Us fighting Europe over it is kind of stupid.
To be like, this is a country that nobody really owns. Like, there is a treaty somewhere, there's a legal document somewhere that says this is Denmark's piece of land, right?
Well, one of the best things I've seen on this is the really shitty meme.
They don't have anything there.
What
are we conquering?
Exactly.
Minerals in a strategic location.
Well, this ties back to the perfect meme I've seen of this. And it's the classic. It's like you've got, on the left, you've got the Chad guy with the label USA. On the right, you've got the trad girl with the label of Greenland. And, the text is, hey, I'd like to work something out with you. And then you have the second image of the big fat bitch with the label Denmark saying she's not interested. And that's it. That's it.
Like, I just
like as fucking dumb as that is, that's it.
Accurate. Like, I just don't.
No, we don't want to fight.
There's nothing there to
EU.
conquer, right? Like, it's not like.
But there is. There really is.
Oh yeah, it is resource rich, but
that stuff hasn't been developed by Greenland. There's literally nothing to conquer.
Oh yeah, no. You have to build up all the infrastructure and industry yourself too.
But
it's
still a resource that's available right there.
I get that, but it's not like
it breaks,
like what are you taking, right? Like what are you taking?
It takes away China's monopoly on the market. They have a 90% monopoly.
No. You're missing what I'm saying, Craig. You're missing what
are we taking from Denmark? Right. Okay.
I am not saying that Greenland is not a strategic asset to the United States, or not a strategic asset in general. I 100% agree with that. But what the fuck are you going to invade? It's mostly empty space.
Right.
And there's already U.S. bases there.
What are you going to fly? Like, you're going to plant your flag there? And then what?
The de facto occupation of the territorial waters by 2 foreign superpowers is the major problem we have with it right now.
I get why. Again, I'm not saying that there.
That's what we would be. No, but that's what we would be invading.
I'm asking, what are you going to conquer, right? Like
that space by occupying
let me put it this way.
By fiat.
We walked into Venezuela.
Right.
We went to the Palace of Venezuela, and we took their fucking president. What the fuck is the military goal for Greenland? Like, what is the point at which you turn around and get to say, "Yup, I have won this country," right? Like where is the dividing line between ownership and not ownership here? It is nothing more than a
How do we own Utah? How do we own Utah?
Nobody else can conquer it.
Why is that?
Because it's in the middle of the fucking United States.
All right.
They'd have to go through. They'd have to go through multiple coastlines. Like, it's a massive pain in the ass to take.
Now, why do we own Alaska? Why does Russia not own Alaska?
Because, well, in that case, they're just afraid to take it.
How would they be able to own Alaska? What would be their? How would they take it?
How would they take Alaska?
It wouldn't.
They just have to move in on it.
Right. They just have to move in. That's the point I'm getting to. The thing you take from Greenland. The thing you take from Greenland isn't a particular asset. It's the space. Right now, China and Russia are occupying the space around it, the waters that are Greenland's. If we roll in there, it's to take it by occupying physically the area there. The ground. We take the ground and the ocean around it. That's what we would be occupying. That's the military goal if we take it by force, is to be a presence there. We can have two of them, and then we still don't have anything there.
As a NATO country, we could just stick our fucking boats there, and it would be the same thing.
Right? Now, that's actually going to be Germany's excuse right now.
Like, why can't we just show up?
Well, the thing is, just showing up isn't a thing you can do. You can't just show up. You've got to be there already.
It's one thing. It's one thing when you turn around and say, "Hey, if I wanted to turn around and say, hey, I want to go conquer Denmark," I can understand that from a military campaign perspective. I understand what the objective is. I understand what the end state is. Like, I get it. Yeah. In Greenland, it's this disconnected island. It's a big island, but it's a disconnected island from the mainland of fucking Denmark. So, like, when do we turn around and the world says, yep, you won? Where's our end point? What's the point at which we say, yep, we did it?
When we have it as a territory.
Congratulations. Here's our banner of success.
We win when we have it as a territory.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how do we have it as a territory, right? So like, that's my point. Is
Denmark fucks off.
So Denmark has a government. It's got a social structure. It's got buildings. If I roll tanks in, I can occupy those things. Greenland has none of those things.
Not true. They have buildings and government, and
it has land.
They very much do. It would be the same as any other place, but I mean that's not what it's really about.
Right now, Russia and China are occupying, owning the water around it.
They're present in the water around it. Yeah, I agree with that, right? But they're not really occupying Greenland, right? Even in the current state, they do not technically own Greenland. Nobody's arguing.
No. I'm not saying they own Greenland. I'm saying that the same way we would own Greenland by occupying it.
Like, we could literally go do the exact same thing right now, and it wouldn't change anything. Like, we could do the same thing China's doing now, and it wouldn't change anything, and it wouldn't cost us money.
It would counter their presence there by at least having someone with a ship show up.
To be fair,
Germany is doing exactly what you're suggesting right now by sending 2 ships there. It might be to rattle their sabers at us, but they're going to find Russian and Chinese boats there.
And that's true.
Frankly,
but again, hold on, Craig. To be fair to what Steve's saying here, he does have a point there. But also, beyond that, there is raw, unused value in Greenland. Lots of it.
I agree.
Lots and lots and lots of it.
Agreed 100%.
Trillions in currently proven deposits, and we know there's more.
I 100% agree, right? Like, Greenland, I'm not saying that Greenland doesn't have value to the United States. I'm just saying that we don't have an end goal at which point we get to say, yep, it's ours.
No, we do.
Right? Like, I can turn around and, if I said, hey, I'm going to conquer all of Denmark, I've got a very, very defined military goal. That's not true for Greenland.
No, it is. We own it.
I mean, to be fair, it depends on how it plays out. It might just be when Denmark says, oh, okay. Or it might be when Denmark says, "Okay,
I mean,
fine,
it shouldn't be a military
we
objective,
fucking
frankly.
we give."
But so let's say we invade Greenland. We bring our tanks. We send our B2s. We invade those fish huts and take them fish guts.
That's right.
That's fucking right. It's our fish
They were
now.
promised us 3,000 years ago. Of course, they're ours.
It's our crabs.
Damn right.
My crabs.
Manifest
crabs
destiny.
for you.
Yeah.
Right? Like we go fucking do that. And Denmark says, yeah, we don't acknowledge your ownership of the territory. What are we gonna fucking do?
Stay there.
Right. But Greenland's like, thank you for supporting our economy. Like that's all they have to do. And it's like, well, I guess we don't really own it. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it depends on where the money goes at the end of the day. If it comes back to us, then we own it.
I understand sitting there and saying, we own this now. This is my
poor Bats in the chat.
We have dragged your ball. My balls are across your face. We've done the teabagging.
That is exactly the military.
69, this motherfucker.
Right there.
Like, I get it. I get all of the arguments there, but it's like you sent your tanks to an island. You put your tanks on the island.
Yeah.
I get that. All of that, I checks out.
Better than a fish hut.
We own the fish hut. We own the
No. Better than fish huts. We have tanks.
Sure. We put a tank. We put a tank at the fish hut. We maximize production with our tank. But like all Denmark has to do is be like, yeah, no, we don't recognize your ownership, and you'd be like, oh, well, shit. Like.
Well, then that's too bad because we have it. That's
I mean, that does fall back to, okay, well, what about it?
And again,
so what?
Like I agree with Germany. Like Germany can turn around and say, hey, you want to put a military base there? Go ahead, United States.
All right,
we don't
Steve,
have a problem. Go ahead.
Evan has to give Batman a couple of strokes, or else he's gonna have a fit. You should read the chat. He's trying to argue with Steve in the chat.
Steve doesn't read the chat, Batman.
That is a thing.
Steve is A, drunk, and Steve is playing video games. Steve does not read the chat.
Yeah.
No, Steve, we'll turn those fish huts into Pizza Huts.
Fair. That's a fair argument.
I agree. This is an excellent end game for the war goal.
To Steve's credit, who are we selling the pizza to besides the federal government?
It's again. If
That's
I
a
turned
long
around,
delivery to the Pentagon, man.
If you turned around and said, "Hey, the United States wants to go take over Russia," that is a legitimate war goal. I know where the stop and start point is because there's a ruler of Russia. He lives in Russia. He's got a building, right?
Oh, they've got a mayor or something.
Are you trying to tell me that Greenland doesn't have borders? Because we can build a wall around that bitch. It's just an island.
I'm just saying the ownership of Greenland is like figurative, right? It's not a literal. There's nobody who actually literally owns it. Like, we can just start building military bases, and what are they gonna do about it? Like, we don't have to.
That's the answer. That's the answer. That's the answer. That's the answer. We own it. Why? Because we are there. That's the answer.
So you go back to the American Revolution, right? Let's go back to the American Revolution. A real story of freedom and conquest in Americana there, right? And you go back to the Boston Tea Party. Let's pause for 30 seconds and realize. Let's first off let's acknowledge that this is basically the outcome of like the bars closed down and all the bar owners turned around to all these people and said, you can't go home, but you can't stay here. And they said, fuck it. We're going to go dress up as Indians.
Now, to be fair,
climb onto the boats,
they also said, well, hold on.
Taxes.
Hold on. Now, we have to throw on top of that also the bartenders would have said, oh, by the way, you can't have guns. And you can't stay here. We're closing.
It doesn't matter.
The
point is, it is clearly the thing that came up as like last call. They'd had way too much to drink. They all decided to dress up as Indians. This is not the thing that you do as a sane, rational, sober adult, right? The entire concoction of the Boston Tea Party is the result of a drunken bar crawl. and like they just had way too much to drink. And we can sell it as if it's like this noble act of rebellion. It's not. It's basically a bunch of fucking drunks who wandered onto a pier that didn't have enough guards and decided to throw the tea overboard because taxes. Like that is the legitimate, like, so that's the basis of the Revolutionary War. Now let's pause for a moment. Think about how effective that protest was. That's about the same level of efficacy as there would be with invading Greenland.
So you're saying we would win and it would become America? I agree.
It wouldn't become America. It would just
well,
be another...
the revolution ended up in America being America, so
I mean,
it'd be Puerto Rico 2.0.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine, because how do we own Puerto Rico? We fucking own it, that's how.
I'm down with that, that's fine. Okay.
It doesn't matter if anyone else recognizes it. We own Puerto Rico because we're there and we fucking own it.
I mean, you can call it a fucking tomato if you like. That's fine by me.
I just don't.
It's the same thing in the UN. Why does the UN keep listening to us? Because we made it happen.
Denmark as a legitimate country. Maybe it's because I see the entire European Union as nothing more than a United States vassal state and should be treated as such. And so therefore the entire premise of the idea that they own something is just absurd in my mind.
Okay, well, I mean, in that framework, okay, but, you should have specified. Jeez, dude. You should have said, assuming that the European Union is a joke, then this whole thing, then we could have avoided this whole thing.
Their ownership.
Yeah, right, like that.
I don't recognize their ownership to start with.
That's my point. Is you just turn around and be like, yeah, we've decided you don't own Greenland anymore. What are you going to fucking do about it?
That's kind of what we're doing already.
It's not like they fucking live there, right? It's not like they fucking care.
This is what I was saying. So I was saying earlier. We make 60,000 new millionaires, and then we pay off We pay $40 billion to sell any and all government affairs.
This is the deal that's coming about, and I want it to be like a 7-year interlude so that I can move to Greenland.
Here's the interesting thing. In the interim, we might have the opportunity to show Germany that they're our bitch for a third time, like militarily. Because they're sending 2 boats. Like, what the fuck do they think they're gonna do?
I don't know,
it's hilarious.
To be fair, Germany has a really bad track record in cold countries.
I want to be clear.
So.
I'm a big fan of the fact that we're actually, as a superpower, acting as a superpower. I really love Stephen Miller coming out and saying,
"Oh God, damn right we are."
Yeah, it is kind of cool seeing superpower do superpower things. Let's be real.
Unlike what we've done for the last period of time, we happen to be a superpower. I don't know if you've noticed, and we're gonna fucking act like a superpower. So
Steve Miller, super Jew extraordinaire, needs to be on the TV 24/7 for Trump.
Is he a Jew?
Actually, yes. He forsook his people for America. Bless his sweetheart.
He's literally.
You don't hear him with his big nose voice and go, that's a Jew.
I don't have I'm not good enough with stereotypes to properly recognize it.
Oh, okay.
But he is if he is a Jew, he is a noble of your people. He is the best representative that has ever existed. He's a Jew that means real business, not just show business.
Stands on business, even.
I fucking love that part. It's like, you guys took Maduro. Damn right we did.
Yeah, I love that. That was the fucking greatest speech ever.
The look on their faces.
Oh, shit. You just walked in and took him, and you're like, fucking right. Holy shit. Why is it that we can't have this guy? Why can't we have him be POTUS? Why can't we have him be POTUS?
Well, we got a few things lined up, so he can. After JD gets done, we can get him in there. I don't know.
So to be honest, I don't know if Stephen Miller would want to be POTUS. I think he's really happy just having the ear of the POTUS, and it's the one thing that I have to say. So 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were sitting there having this discussion. I was all bitching about Trump, and I'm still not a fan, right? Sure. But in the last 2 weeks, he's actually done so much shit
I can't be like he's just a useless piece of shit. Like that line of argumentation is gone. But if I was Stephen Miller, and I'm like, hey, here's this guy, and he's gonna take all of the flack and implement all of my ideas. That's a fucking deal.
Let's get those 100 million out of here. I hear you.
And all I occasionally have to do is when he gets tired, go in front of the country and let the entirety of the liberal populace realize how scary how scary things can actually go. Like, they're complaining about here, but they need to understand the difference between like what they think is unacceptable and how unacceptable it can be. And that is Stephen Miller. He is the gap. He is the fucking gap of American politics.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like Stephen Miller. He's a fun dude.
He needs to be there for JD Vance because goddamn, he can sell it.
Mm. Oh, and well, this is a bit of a weird segue, but it tracks.
You ask him a question, and it always goes the same. It's like, first of all, I disagree with your entire fucking premise. Fuck you.
That's good stuff.
That's how every Stephen Miller interview is. Oh, I disagree with the entire. Your entire thought process is wrong. Let me explain it to you.
Now
I
that
think one of my favorite things was when Trump was there and he's pointing to the various people in his cabinet. He's like, many of you know the ideas of Stephen Miller over here. He's a brilliant guy. We don't want to let you know all of his ideas. I'm like, holy shit, that's fucking dark.
You gotta hold back some of the secrets, you know. Fear of missing out. I'm telling you. Oh, but speaking of fear of missing out. Well, speaking of the fear of missing out, I should probably mention.
Oh, we got FOMO. What's going on?
Oh, we do, and we've got it coming out of the UAE. As a matter of fact, they have abandoned it. They have abandoned it 100%. They are not afraid. They are happy to miss out. As a matter of fact, this one's was this yesterday? Yeah, this was yesterday. So the announcement from the top of the leaders have said that they have cut all funding for citizens who want to study in the UK.
Yes,
out of fear that Emirati students would be radicalized by the Muslim Brotherhood Islamists on British campuses.
Yeah, because remember, this is the whole thing. The big fear is that the first Islamic nation with control of nukes, the first Islamist Muslim Brotherhood nation with true control of nukes, might be the UK. Like, it's a legitimate fear. It's not even like a joke at this point.
That's kind of funny.
Oh, that's a C in the chat there. We mentioned Keith Ellis already, but thank you. The criminal referral to the DOJ.
Yeah, I did get that in. Importantly enough, I'll be very curious to see where that goes. It could go a real long way because he quite literally provided material aid to a recognized international terrorist organization.
Who's this?
Keith Ellison, AG out of Minnesota.
I just I really want to see that the DOJ actually start just prosecuting people for once.
I agree with that.
Like, again, I look at the Renee Good thing as a tragedy, and I think it's a tragedy of the liberal making.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like,
yeah, if Minnesota weren't in the state it was, none of this would be happening.
It's not even Minnesota. Like, Minnesota is not alone in this attitude that they've taken where lefties get to basically do whatever the fuck they want as long as they're engaged in left-wing activism. Mm-hmm. Like, that people, like, this is the first death as a result of liberalism. And it's a tragedy.
This is the first one they've put a sticker next to. No,
sure,
absolutely.
I'll buy that. There's other stochastic level.
Not even the fucking skinhead that killed the Trump supporter in Portland during the Summer of Love, just walked right up to him and killed him.
Okay, yeah. So I will.
I'm talking about recently, right?
Okay, fair.
That was a whole like 2 presidents ago.
Well, 0.75, but fair enough.
Whatever. Listen, you can't call Biden around here.
I very fucking much can.
I'm sorry, but he's
I can absolutely do that, sir.
He's the fucking thin plastic around the groceries.
Like,
listen, I don't know what you're talking about here. I live in New York. We banned those bags.
Look, just because you can't have a straw doesn't mean they don't exist.
They're coming back, goddammit. We've got new Venezuelan oil. Hadn't you heard?
It's just paper. It's a paper straw. That's what we get.
My God. That's the thing is, we need to go back and find all the activists who push for paper straws. And those motherfuckers need to be...
We should put them on a paper boat in the ocean and let them figure it out. Here you go. It's paper. It's fine. You'll be fine.
What's really funny, if you go into like the plastic and like how did New York handle all that stuff, because we banned the plastic bags, which actually does suck, because those things, like, yeah, we take home our groceries and some proportion of them would get thrown away, but a significant portion, I'd say 50 to 75%, would get used as like shit bags for the dogs, and now we have to buy shit bags for the dogs. And like I used to use it to
now
for, like,
you're recycling your dog shit bags, right?
Right, like it used to. They used to not just be for one thing. There are a lot of things. It's very sad.
I see that's fuck Minnesota. LOL. Rant over. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a little update on that. By the way,
I just what I really hope is I hope the Trump administration doesn't get distracted from their fraud operations.
Because I have an update on that as well. You know what? Let's just drop it right now, because I've got this update from 2 days ago. From Treasury Secretary Besant, as a matter of fact, starting the 9th, of course, that being, obviously, Friday, so just in time for the weekend. If you are on public assistance, you may not wire money out of the country.
Damn right.
Yep.
How it wasn't like this the whole fucking time, I don't even know, but cool. I'm glad that one particular leaking sieve of money that was going to our enemies has been plugged.
The biggest, so we talked about how I think we should be reforming these programs several weeks ago, but I think and I think I've talked about it multiple times, where what really changed me from progressive to like, no, I don't think we should have social programs, is back when I was in school for my first degree, I used to commute 4 hours on a Friday.
Right.
I'd leave at noon, get to my job at 4. I would work for like 8 to 16 hours every single day, and I'd pull a 32 hours of work on Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, and then I'd drive back. I typically got out of work around 4 a.m. I'd drive back 12 or 4 a.m. or something like that. I can't remember exactly when I got out, but then I'd be back, and I'd be back at classes for 8 a.m. on Monday. Whew. And so I was exhausted. I fucking was killing myself doing it.
I'm sure.
And I tell you, when I was in the subsidized house, these were subsidized housing complex that we were security guards for, right? So, like, obviously you don't get private security, but the subsidized housing complex does. That didn't actually bother me, but what bothered me is that the night that I saw a group of guys come home with 2 30 packs, 30 racks each, they carried 2 of them in, and then they picked up a hooker. Now, I don't have a problem with hookers, and I don't have a problem with beer, but I do have a problem if my tax money is going to pay for your hookers or your beer. I don't think, like, I've seen Asmongold say, oh, yeah, you should be able to get fucking cookies. Bull fucking shit. Like, luxury goods, luxury services, sex, drugs, any of those things, I have no moral problem with you doing them. I do have a problem with you doing them with my money. Right? Like, you should
definitely.
only be...
Like, if my tax dollars are paying for you, they need to be paying for you to have a bed to sleep in and the most basic of food and water
and
to drink.
Anything else, right? Anything else should be coming out of what you work. And I wouldn't even say that. Like, you should be self-sustaining at that minimalist level
before I am where I'm no longer paying for you before you get hookers and beer. And this is like that was the first time I really realized that like money is fungible and like what that actually means and all the other shit.
That's exactly what it means.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right? Like, and it becomes very, very clear in like 30 seconds when you watch it happen that I'm paying for that hooker and I'm paying for that beer. And while I don't have an issue with the hooker or the beer, I do have an issue with paying for that hooker and that beer.
Well, the thing about it is, it's not your hooker and it's not your beer, but it's your
not
money.
My hooker, not my beer. I really, she would have been a lovely hooker too, man. She was tall. I felt really bad for her because like she had to sit in the lobby, right? So here's the security guard. I'm like, I know what you are, because it's February, and you're in
point the finger and scream
thigh-high dress, and you're in thigh-high dress and thigh-high boots, and like I know what the fuck you are, because nobody else is out there at a fucking subsidized housing complex at 10 o'clock at night on a fucking weekend.
We got Steve over here profiling.
Yeah, absolutely, I was. Not even a question.
Side profiling, face on profiling,
under profile. Yeah, I got you.
Oh yeah. She's a lovely girl. I mean, like I would have banged her. Like, it's not a snagglepuss.
Well, you don't know that.
Nah, she definitely had all her teeth. I'm not too worried about that.
Oh, teeth. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, no, snagglepuss. Snagglepuss is the woman that you take a risk when you put your dick in her mouth because she's got teeth and it might snaggle you.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Fair enough.
Snagglepuss. She was definitely not a snagglepuss. I learned all about snagglepusses when I was in the South Shore of Massachusetts.
I'll have to take your word for it. I haven't been there.
It's filled with snagglepusses.
Kind of a Faces of Meth kind of situation, huh?
No, not yeah, a little bit.
I mean, the mouth region at least.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay. I think I get what you're saying.
When you're in the South Shore, you're like, what the hell happened? Why? Like, I'm not the best about brushing my teeth. I'll be the first one to admit it. But what the fuck happened to your face, bro?
It's amazing how you can get scabs in places you wouldn't expect, especially when you're on amphetamines. Anyway. Crazy stuff. So anyway, we should probably, because we've been running for fucking ever, and it is getting late, so we should probably try and get into some good news, because I have got a fair cross-section of it.
It's about time to be done.
Well, anyway. The U.S., as of last week, well, actually, no, it was about the middle of this week, they withdrew from 66 separate international organizations. I won't read them off to you, but some of the bigger ones are, like carbon energy contracts, water, and
if it doesn't benefit us, we said we're done with it.
Yeah. So like, here's a
exactly
great example: Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. Why? Who fucking cares?
Well, I guess there's a couple of people of African descent.
Wait, what was this? What was this whole thing about?
How many?
They've withdrawn from 31 UN organizations and 35 international organizations.
Good.
Explains. I saw a post where somebody was from the IPCC, the UN IPCC, was complaining that without the United States support, they would likely not be able to continue.
Good.
And no, we explicitly are no longer continuing. We are out. We're done with the IPCC. We're out of the farce.
It's good.
That
was one of the things I wanted to bring up tonight.
Yeah, quite a few things.
And this is like the climate change thing is we've talked about it God knows how many times.
Right.
It's one of the saddest examples of the abuse of the sciences that you'll find.
And it's become such a grift too, which it would be one thing if you fucking people out there were being honest about, or not even being honest about it. At least we're just being fucking consistent. Like, hey, this shit's bad. We've got to fix it. Okay, fine. Well, now we're trying to fix it. Okay, well, we need to fix it more. Okay, fucking fine. But no, we need more money. Give me more money. I need more money so that I can run a program, so that I can find out how bad it is. No, I'm not going to fix anything. I'm just going to try and answer some more questions that I invented that need answered because I ran out of questions to answer with the last fucking grant.
Well, it's the bigger problem is that they're not. You know, I've talked about this before. I remember watching a Penn and
They're
Teller's
anti-science.
I remember
That's the
watching Penn
problem.
and Teller's bullshit
Also
before,
that?
and they turned around and said that good science changes, and that's not correct. Not entirely correct.
Good science
Good
isn't
science
afraid to change.
converges. It changes, but it changes by converging on an answer. Right? You slowly, slowly and over time, your uncertainties should decrease. When we look at climate change, the uncertainty associated with those values has not changed in 40 or 50 fucking years.
And if it has, it's gone up.
It's good. No, it's been basically the actual range for the estimated climate sensitivity is the same as it was back in the 1970s. And if you turn around and tell me that in 50 years you haven't been able to narrow the associated range of it, then you're just basically farming taxpayer money.
Fair.
And then I've showed it before. I don't feel like digging through my.
Well, here's
my
the thing,
chart.
though.
But you can pull the chart
They
from
went
the
from being
last
100%
IPCC
off.
report, where the IPCC report turned around and said, "Here's what the empirical studies say, and here's what we know about it." And what we know about it versus the empirical studies doesn't even overlap, or barely overlaps.
That was the thing is the chapter, the Working Group 1 chapter, Working Group 1 book, the first book that always comes out, the physical basis book, always has a wonderful set of data that is completely contradicted by the forward and the conclusion, without fail.
Even outside of that, like, part of the problem that you have is that, especially in the last few iterations of the IPCC, they've come out and they've said, hey, we've got all of these different scenarios. We don't think that, scenario 8.5 or whatever the fuck it is actually practical and likely to happen. But when you go and you read the summary of policymakers or any of these other things, they basically only draw results from the scenario that in the Working Group 1 paper, they said, yeah, this is not realistic and it shouldn't be used. But even in the 100%. Working Group 1 paper, they predominantly study that one. Like it's not... When you look at the summary for policymakers, they're not deviating from the proportion of writing in the Working Group 1 paper in terms of proportionality. Right. Obviously,
like I said, the data they provide is beautiful. I like the data they provide. It's always good work there.
But they also spend
always
way
draw
too much
wrong
time
conclusions.
on the worst case scenario, despite the fact that they identify early in the Working Group 1 that this is unlikely. Yeah. They still sit there and present it, number one. And number two, the majority of the research is bent on that thing that they've already identified as non-realistic.
No, you're right. Like I was saying, though, like the forward and the conclusions, the part where they identify policy decisions and policies to base future work on, it's always 100% contradicted by the data they presented earlier inside the work.
Yep.
It's not even the entire intermediate between those two because, like you said, they spend all that time on the worst case scenario. But the data they base it on, they have that section. It's just, here's the data. And it always looks great because it's measurement. It's not just fucking masturbating on a computer.
Yep.
Like, they have measured data and it's like, all right, fantastic. Now what about your projections? And they're all over the place. And like you said before, they don't even bother putting the fucking error bars in the plot because they encompass the whole fucking plot.
Like,
it's literally outside the window of paper you're looking at.
Like, as much as I'm a skeptic because of the behaviors that were consistently shown. Not necessarily that there isn't a rational basis to the theory. I think that there is a rational basis to the theory, but it doesn't fucking matter because ultimately they don't sit there and prune that tree. And they aren't sitting there and saying, hey,
let's sit there and let's examine. We got 4 scenarios. 3 of which are not a big deal, and 1 of which is very fucking scary. They don't turn around and say, hey, let's look at the most probabilistic scenario. They say, hey, let's look at the one that's the most thrilling to write about. And you're like, well, yeah, but that only matters if that's the most probabilistic. If it's the least probabilistic, then you shouldn't talk about it at all. You should just be like, yeah, we'll explore this if this appears to be the way we're going. And that's not what they do.
So to finish beating the dead horse from the both of us, and this is why we are no longer part of the IPCC. Fuck those guys.
I am very excited. The question that I'm going to have is when the Democrats take over, and they will inevitably take over some aspect of it, like, how much of this are they going to put back?
Oh, I bet you they're going to be right back in there.
You think so?
Well, it got them money. I know so.
I mean, I've talked about Joe fucking Walsh for a few times. He's talking about you've got to tear down the East Wing, whoever gets in. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they were like, oh, no, burn it all down. Everything.
I don't know, right? Like, obviously with politics, one of those things that you run into is that people are like, hey, this is a bad thing, regardless of if they don't message on like what the right thing is. They message oppositional to the party that's oppositional to them.
This is why I'd say that Vance has to win, because if there's at least a 1 president buffer between Trump and the next Democrat, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to just say, I'm going to be the anti-Trump.
Yeah. You think it's going to be Vance?
Vance has got a lot of motion.
He's basically a living meme at this point, and as long as he doesn't like come out and shit on that, he's pretty much got it cinched. I think.
He's got the youth. That's a fucking lock at this point. It is his to lose now. Yes, quite literally.
He has a choice as to which jaw he's going to snatch.
I'm kind of surprised that he has not done very much. Right, like I'm not saying that he's not in.
He's involved in a lot of the negotiations, as far as I understand.
The VP is always a position with very, very little to show for it. It's
true.
All of that's true. But like at the same time, Marco Rubio is doing a fantastic fucking job.
Oh yeah, I think Rubio would be a lock-in for Vance's VP. And then you might see President Rubio after that. I think that would be like
I'd rather vote for Barron personally, but we'll see how things play out.
I don't think he's not going to be of age yet.
After 2 more of.
After 2 more, sure. Not the second after. I think if you're thinking, I would want to see. You're going to get 8 years out of Vance.
I appreciate Barron. I think that Barron learned a lot because of the prosecution of Trump. But I think it's very difficult to say we would like Barron or we wouldn't like Barron because we haven't seen Barron do very much or say very much.
Well, that's kind of why people like Vance at the moment.
Out of the point. Vance comes out and Vance has been very active on X. Vance has been very active as a bulldog on X, which is perfect. It's exactly where we need him to be like that.
Also been very reasonable, like case in point. Yeah, he had something that I would personally just like to read out his statements on what happened with this fucking idiot lady in Minneapolis. Give me 1 second, I'll find his actual tweets on the matter.
I mean, he has actually dug down on this, which is really good. It's one of, I'm not saying that I like when I do see Vance speak, I like what Vance says. Obviously they clip the shit out of him. They clip the shit out of everybody. That's what they fucking do. But like Vance is a very good public speaker. He's probably one of the better ones in the Trump administration. Honestly, I really hope they keep. Like, I really like a lot of the people in the admin. Marco Rubio's done a fantastic job. He's done a fantastic job. He really has. Hegseth, I'm warming up to. Like, if you start talking about the military action that has been going on under Hegseth,
he seems like a competent leader.
I'm not. Well, I wouldn't go that far, right? He's not as incompetent as I thought he would be, right? He's not the most.
Hegseth.
You know, Tulsi Gabbard has not done as much as I thought she would.
Okay.
She's kind of. I don't want to say been a disappointment. Like, she hasn't done anything to let me down, but she hasn't done anything to make me super excited about her. So that's significant. And like, you know, I really like RFK, but I don't think RFK has done it. I think RFK got exactly the position that he wanted.
Food pyramid.
Like I am 90% sure that.
Oh yeah, just real quick before we move on, everyone, just right, because I will save you the trouble of looking it up or doing any of the reporting. Just hop on YouTube, type South Park Food Pyramid. That's the news. Just watch that.
He posted that fucking meme, and then he and Vance had a little back and forth. It was so fucking funny.
What exactly happened?
The turn the food pyramid upside down joke from South Park. RFK posted that video clip. Vance asked something.
I guess I didn't see that. I'm gonna have to watch whatever that is.
Yeah, he did, and then JD Vance posted, "Hey, at Sec Kennedy, this new food pyramid is solid, but you forgot to include one dietary staple." And he has a picture of cookies and cream ice cream. To which Robert F. Kennedy Jr. replies, "Caution, do not take dietary advance from this guy," with the Fat Vance meme photo.
Yeah.
Quality stuff.
That's what I mean about him being in all the memes. Like, this shit is fucking funny.
JD Vance is 6'7". All right.
I don't know. He's not gay.
I didn't say he was 6'7". I said he was 6'7". Fuck, man. Jeez. It's like if I'm trying. Do you even know the difference between a Smurf and a Smurf? Come on now.
I don't know.
You're talking to a guy who plays PlanetSide 2. I know what a fucking Smurf is.
Well, I'm referring more to the Gargamel type here, but you know.
That's really funny. But yeah, like I really hope a lot of the cabinet stays in exactly the position that they're in. Whoever becomes president next. Like, I would be perfectly happy with if like RFK was HHS secretary for a while. And I'm starting to see I went to Walmart. And they have naked Cheetos, and they have naked this and naked that. It's a whole line of all the Frito-Lay products without food dyes. And I'm like, oh shit, that's pretty impressive that they've decided to
by the way,
producing that stuff.
I'll just go ahead and tell you right now. Did try the new Doritos, the white cheddar Simply Doritos. They are delicious. They use the same white cheddar that's on the cheddar Cheeto Puffs. They're frickin' delicious. Mm-hmm. But anyway, I will. I'm going to read off JD Vance's statements on this from the 9th on this fucking whole bullshit that went down in Minneapolis, and it echoes a lot of my own thoughts on the matter, and I think it's well put. And yeah, people are going to say a bunch of shit about Palantir. Okay, fine. Peter Thiel. Okay, fine. But Palantir's outside of the U.S., and Peter Thiel has actually proved himself to be a Freddie Mercury to your faggot. So we take what we can get. Anyway, if you want to say this woman's death is a tragedy, that we should pray for her soul as Christians and Americans, then I agree with you. But the media dishonesty about this officer is an all-time moment in shameless press propaganda.
Oh, yeah.
Does this law enforcement officer have a family? Yes. Did he get seriously injured by a vehicle just 6 months ago? Yes. Did he have reason to fear for his life? Yes. Does he have every right to safety while doing his job? Yes. I want our law enforcement officers to do their jobs and come home safely to their family. If you don't like the immigration policy of the Trump administration, attack me. Leave our law enforcement alone. And it's time for press to finally tell the truth about this story. That is a very, very down-to-earth, very reasonable take.
That was the J.D. Vance.
Yeah,
right?
that's reading out his tweet directly here. Those are his own words.
Yep. Yeah, I really so when you turn around and you start talking about the left-right dynamics on this, it's fucking wild. Like the Krasensteins are always wild to me because they and again they're like 140-ish IQ individuals. They clearly
know exactly what they're doing.
They know exactly what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like they are 100%. They don't just know what they're doing. They know how people react to what they're doing. It's 100% planned. It's well thought out in advance. It's just malicious and morally repugnant.
Oh yeah, no, it goes to show just what awful people they are because they're smart enough to not only know what they're doing but know what comes of it.
Right. Like they are not. This is not something where you turn around and you look at these people like, these guys are idiots. Anytime any individual who turns around and looks at the Krasensteins and says these guys are fucking idiots, you are very, very much. You are in a very bad spot for your model of the world because they will run circles around you as long as you have that attitude. But like at the same time, when you start talking about their communication strategy, which has largely been adopted by the left and is just, way better than most of what the left does, all of it requires them to ignore key facts and components. And did any of you guys watch the Timcast IRL episode last night?
No.
Oh, it was rough.
Did not catch. I think I got a little bit of it, maybe.
It was fucking rough, dude. It was like they had a left winger on, which they rarely ever get anybody from.
Oh, I've seen a large portion of the morning show. I didn't see the evening show.
Yeah, so they had this chick on,
but it was that chick, and there was a lot of arguments.
There was a ton of arguments, and he was like he was playing the video, and she's like, oh well, in I want to see the New York Times video, and he says, I'm not going to play it with it. I don't want to play an editorial because they edited the clip and all this other stuff. And she's like, well, why don't you just play that? Thinking that she had things. So he said, okay, we'll do that. And we'll play all these other clips. And then the question is going to be, did this woman hit the officer? And she started with, I don't think she hit the officer, because she was talking about the Krasenstein clip. And it's like, all right, by the end of it, she may have hit the officer, but whatever it is, the goalpost got moved. And this is constant with the lefties.
It's not happening. Well, even if it is happening, it's in rare instances. Well, okay, maybe it happens every now and then. Well, it is happening, but it's a good thing.
Yeah, all of that stuff, right? And the Krasensteins, again, they're a good example of maliciousness, but all of the lefties do this. And this is, you watch it. Again, I'm not sitting there and saying that this woman is some sort of fucking domestic terrorist or crazy or whatever, and all of that stuff. But she absolutely created this scenario wherein the officer is justified to shoot her. Right? She created the situation of her own demise, and that sucks. Right?
Yeah.
I don't.
However simple or complicated you want to explain the situation, that's the long and short of it.
That's the long and short of it. And you can say it's sad. You can say you don't think that people should die in these circumstances. I would agree with all of that stuff. But it doesn't change the fact that she created an environment that was immediately dangerous to the life and health of the officer, as well as all of the other protesters and pedestrians around her. Because if she was just carelessly disregarding the life of the ICE officer, how many other lives is she going to be carelessly disregarding?
Well, her children.
Mm-hmm.
That's a it's a separate argument. I'm not engaging on that one.
Her dog, who was in the back of the car.
Her dog.
There you go.
I'm not engaging on that one.
Her wife.
I care. Ignoring the invitation that she played upon those in her immediate vicinity, I care more about the people who are outside the vehicle that she wasn't properly attending to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Such as the individual that she ran over with a car.
Fair
or hit
enough.
with a car.
hit with the car.
She tried to run him over. It's just.
Well, you know,
Like,
see,
again,
one of the biggest problems in Minnesota, I think.
Ascribe intent.
Well, see, I think this ties back to the point I was about to make. Actually, is that the biggest problem in Minnesota is their quality of leering. They don't have a quality of learning.
They do.
And that's probably the biggest issue of all.
Leering and learning.
You know, if they had a quality learning center, they might have understood. They might have been able to learn. But all they got was a quality learning center.
I really hope that they don't let this incident distract them from going after the fraud.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Really hope they don't.
And that said, you know, we have reporting from 2 days ago that Tim Waltz has been referred to the DOJ for his hand in this fraud. So
I am very, very, like, if you turn around and take a look at January 1st onwards, there's been so much shit that has happened. Actually, let's talk about December 26th onwards. In the last 2 fucking weeks, there's been so much fucking shit that's going on. I really, really hope the administration doesn't lose sight of the major things, which
there's a lot.
There's a lot.
And just a quick other one too, which I don't know if we got to report on this on the last episode or not, but I think we did. That the Somali ambassador to the UN was linked to one of these Medicaid fraud places, a healthcare company out of Minnesota. Anyway, 2 days ago he deleted his LinkedIn because there was some reporting literally on that. And so that'll be fun. That'll be real fun to see. I would laugh very hard if NYPD rolled up into the UN and took the Somali ambassador.
God, that'd be good.
Oh man, that would be so fucking funny.
That'd be some fucking catharsis. If this motherfucker's on our soil,
they won't, right? Like he's
got diplomatic immunity, which we have to respect.
He's got diplomatic immunity.
But we don't have to respect that forever.
Do we have to? Well, I don't think we need to be members of the UN.
The way this work is they would turn around and say you'd have to go assign another diplomat, right? He'd be sent home, right? Like they'll never arrest
him. And then we roll up into Somalia.
Yeah.
And we Maduro his ass.
That would be funny.
That would be funny.
I mean, especially now that Israel has recognized Somaliland and the U.S. is likely to follow up. I think that... No, we did already, didn't we?
Isn't that like that?
I think so.
That's
my
basically the northern half.
Is that Somalia has like some sort of civil war, and Somaliland is the outcome of that civil war.
So they had a genocide in the north. The Isaac genocide. They decided that they're going to go ahead and kill off all of whatever ethnicity because of reasons. And when
how they do in Africa.
They got sent packing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it was a very African moment.
That's the thing that's always sticks with me. Is it's like, well, they're just gonna fucking do it. Like, why is it that we should sit there and fund kids in Africa? You know that money's just gonna go to child soldiers. Like, I just don't care.
Because it made liberal white women feel better.
Won't someone think of the children?
I think back in the 90s, we didn't know that it was always going to end up that way.
Well, some people,
you know what I mean?
Fair.
Yeah, fair.
Well, so this is funny. This is actually something that Seinfeld and Zolbert have both done very good jobs of covering. Is the commoditization of the feeling of guilt, and how with charity work it's largely about making yourself feel better instead of actually fucking helping people. Which is why it's one of the things that impressed on me when I was younger was, my parents and my brothers and I actually doing stuff instead of just paying other people to do it. Like I used to do paint your heart out all the time, which is when we'd go to the lower economic area, we'd paint their houses to make them feel better about their lives. That's basically all it was going to places that needed it and like strip off the paint on the outside and repaint it. Pretty up the area. And do it for free. That was like it's. I don't talk about it very often, but I do. I'll go out there and this is the funny thing. It's the same words, but it's completely different meaning. Direct action as far as charitable work, it's more fulfilling and it gets things done. Whereas the communist version is just shitting up the planet.
Well, and again, right? I'm in the same boat, right? I'm well. I guess I
Sure.
could put it this way: I could donate money to a cause, and it's ultimately less impactful to me than to donate my time.
Exactly.
My time is more valuable than my money in a lot of cases because I make a lot of money. And so when I turn around and I look at like altruism, I look at altruism from the perspective of it's not altruistic to do something that I want to do and that will make me feel good. That's not inherently altruistic.
Well, no, you're not supposed to feel... Well, that's complicated, but I know what you're trying to say.
Right. Like, if I feel better, it's not true altruism to do something that makes me feel good about myself.
Well, as a primary goal, yeah.
Well, you should be doing something because it's the right thing to do. Then you know it's altruism. But... Well, I guess, actually, that's a really good segue. That's a really good segue into this real quick topic here. That, of course, being one of the most altruistic of the highest caste of Brahmin, Vivek Ramaswamy. And
yes,
of course,
as a positive news article.
Absolutely.
He just sworn off social media.
Oh, that too. That too. Actually, I wasn't even going to bother mentioning that. I was actually going to talk about, how close his familial ties and ties with his friends are. Close friends. People like his bodyguard, for instance, that, was with him for so long, who was recently arrested on drug trafficking charges in Columbus, Ohio, just a few days ago. Well, not a few days ago, about a week ago. It was on the 30th of December.
Damn.
But yeah, 261
success. JD's cabinet.
Bullet dodged, you might
Seriously.
say. I'll tell you, prosecutors say the couple mailed 261 suspected drug parcels between August 2024 and December 2025.
Good grief.
That's a lot of drugs. That's
small numbers there.
No. You might say he was shitting up the drug market.
Oh boy.
Out here on these streets, shitting them up.
Wow. And that was his bodyguard?
Yes, actually. Like
Jeez.
family bodyguard, like somebody that's been with him for a while.
Wow.
Guess he thought he could do whatever the fuck he wanted. Found out, didn't he?
Yeah, well, you know what? Those castes, they're more of an India thing, They don't really transfer so well. But hey, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. Oh, and speaking of living and learning, I do have a genuinely good piece of news. It's going to be horrifyingly bad for the individual I'm about to tell you about. Shinji. This guy stole some $75-ish billion in crypto scams.
Yeah, the crypto scammer.
Uh-huh. He was in Cambodia. He's not in Cambodia anymore.
He got extradited.
He did. He got extradited.
He got Maduro'd.
To China.
He got Maduro'd hard.
And China is... China don't like this fella. And it's not going to end well for him, and it's probably not going to end quickly. Not going to end quickly at all.
He's going to get paraded around for a bit, and then he's going to get disappeared.
You know what? I have a feeling he might not get disappeared. I have a feeling he might be making statements for years.
Oh, boy.
And,
that might keep him alive. You never know.
Yeah, true. It might, but his life will be a
very
pale comparison to anything it was before. And to be fair, fucker, you got it coming. But
crypto scammer.
But boy, to have the Chinese government be the ones to lay that hammer down, whew, that's a rough one. So,
no, I mean, look, we can all appreciate China doing something right.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they do.
Even if it's reluctant and at their own expense. I mean, I'm okay with this.
Sometimes they'll slap down a person that's just trying to stand up on their own, and sometimes they'll slap down somebody that oughtn't have stood up in the first place. And well, hey, I don't necessarily like the methods, and I know that what's going to happen to him is probably pretty unconscionable. But
I'm really not going to be that upset about it.
That man ruined many lives, and in a different time, what China's going to do to him now would be a kindness. So, fucking is what it is, I guess. It's don't scam billions off of people. It generally can end poorly. Go fucking figure.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we wanna throw out some good news. Well, this is bad news with a happy ending. So we have outspoken activists, big Dim, big supporter, and financier, big LGBTQ guy, Randon Sprinkle, as if the name wasn't.
That's a name. All right.
Yes.
Random Sprinkle. I see what it is.
Well, anyway, arrested on child porn charges, as you do.
A sprinkling of them.
You could say that. You could certainly say that. So yeah, another big Dim exposed for their exposure.
To the penis guillotine he goes.
Indeed. Fair on that one. The next one, of course, I'm sure everybody heard about the Hilton that was like, oh, you can't stay here.
That was funny.
Yeah, you can go down the road, but you can't stay here. And then, of course, Hilton reached out, and apparently the situation resolved itself.
Yeah.
It didn't.
So they're franchised. They're franchised. So.
Were.
Yeah, well, let's rephrase that. They're not franchised. What happens is Hilton rents its brand out to hotel owners.
Mm-hmm. And they have the option to revoke said branding.
Exactly.
And
so that was the resolution.
And they did that in a direct fashion. As a matter of fact, I'll link the video below of them sending in a truck to take the sign.
Yeah, that was funny.
That is quite funny.
Wow. When they first said that was what their response was going to be, I was like, yeah, I doubt that's going to be anything.
Nope. It came in and took the fucking sign. Yeah. So in another piece of... and, of course, in some other good news, everybody knows that a number of Epstein files were released. There's lots in there. Lots still being gone through. Lots unredacted. But if you, like any reasonable person, find yourself undesirous of the newest version of Windows, because it is trash and complete garbage, you can acquire a copy of Windows 7 and just scroll through those, and you'll want to look at his. You'll want to look at the file EFTA 00002467, and you can go ahead and activate yourself a copy of Windows 7 on old Jeffrey Epstein's dime. It's right in there for you, in case you need it.
I have to wonder just how long before that is going to be blocked.
Probably, in a different time, I would have an answer for that.
I don't know.
Nowadays, it could just go. It could just be a thing for the next whatever. Wouldn't surprise me.
Well, it's not just that, right?
Yeah.
When you start talking about it, they said they're not going to provide any more support for Windows 7.
It's true, but they can still scuttle it.
I suppose
you say that, but we've seen the quality of employees they have these days, so I genuinely wonder. Maybe not. But anyway, good news, because I actually have some flat out good news. And we'll do the mediocre news and we'll close out with the actual all just flat out good news, because I actually have a couple of really cool stories. So in an update from something we were talking about previously, that UK fella who came over here a few months back, went to the gun range, had some fun, hung out with people, took some pictures, some video, went back home, got arrested.
Yeah, that guy.
Well, he's seeking asylum here.
Good for him.
So let me see if I've got a specific... okay, day after the image appears online, police arrived at his home, told him they responded to a complaint against social media post. Okay, so... they've declined... West Yorkshire police have declined to comment on the specific case, stating only the arrest details could not be discussed. International attention looking to America. Okay. So Richelieu Booth has since stated that he no longer sees a future for himself in the UK. That's fucking fact. A Christian by faith. Okay, fair. He says the ordeal has fundamentally changed his understanding of personal liberty. You fucking think, brother?
Is this the comedian?
No. This was just some fucking dude who took a vacation.
He enjoyed a Second Amendment rights here, and went back to the UK and found out that
he's just some fucking IT guy, just some rando.
The entire world apparently must bow down to the UK in the UK's eyes. So he's now seeking asylum here because they want to fucking jail him. Like they wanted to fucking put him away for putting up a Facebook post of shooting a gun in America.
Pretty much. Not even pretty much. That is quite it. He posted videos and photos of some of the actions he took that are completely inside the law in America, and that's it. That's all it took. So he doesn't know where he stands. He's quite reasonably expecting the cops to come back any day and take him in, which it's crazy that that's even reasonable, but here we are. The UK is a crazy place. So, good news, because we like to close with genuinely good news, and by golly, I've actually got some for you. There is a new drug that has hit clinical trials days ago, literally during this last week, and it looks astounding. So let me see if I've got a name on this thing.
We have the hype. What's the drug?
Okay, it's out of Bright Minds Bioscience. Okay, so they just did their phase 2 testings. So the long and short here is it's a sleep drug that could completely change everything. To go into the details, so 73.1% reduction in the absence of seizures, or in 73.1% reduction in absence seizures, a 63.3% reduction in major motor seizures, and a 90% increase in REM sleep without changing sleep duration.
Whoa.
Yes.
Huh.
So you basically, like, you hit your light sleep. Kind of. An increase, quite literally, they went from light sleep almost directly into REM sleep in the same period of time.
Interesting.
It basically kind of, the simplest way I can explain it from my reading of it is it rewires how your brain sleeps. BMB 101. It's a 5-HT1A receptor-based agonist.
Okay.
And I'll just read the thing for you here because it's sciencey words. The locus coeruleus, which is a brainstem region, normally fires during wakefulness, keeping you conscious. During REM sleep, the neurons quiet down naturally. BMB 101 selectively activates receptors that quiet the neurons. Okay, cool. So it's a very localized treatment thing. And it looks like the other thing on this is the seizures. Like the big thing. because the REM sleep, that is a big deal, and that could just as a just a straight up performance enhancer.
So
that would be a huge thing.
Hydroxytryptamine in one.
But beyond that, for folks with seizure issues, this could completely change their life.
It sounds like it sounds like it's a major quality of life change. Rather.
Absolutely. And then beyond that too, what might this do for the healthy? Because being able to access REM sleep that well would be.
Well, you see, the thing is you do need your NREM sleep as well. Like, both are necessary.
Sure.
So reduction in NREM, that's going to have some issues too. But in people who have seizures, that'd be a major benefit to be able to sleep through the night with.
Well, not just sleep through the night. I mean, this is an overall decrease. So not just in like, this is in hours of wakefulness as well. Like, you can turn somebody's.
That's part what I'm getting at there is like there's a peace of mind. You're not going to wake up to a seizure, let alone like have to deal with that normally during the day. Like, cognizance during seizures, being as nebulous as it is, like it's one of those things. It'll be nice for people to be able to kind of breathe that sigh of relief at night.
Anyway, I dropped a link to the thread there in staff chat if you'd like to read over it. There's quite a lot there, but it's really, really cool stuff. Like, it could be very big. Like, this is a rather a novel way of looking at things, and we get places when we look at problems in a novel way. And speaking of that, like I said, we have good news. Of all the places in all the world, this one's coming out of Vatican City. Sure enough, Pope Leo XIV has, let me just quote, "We must not forget a subtle form of religious discrimination against Christians, which is spreading even in countries where they are in the majority, such as Europe or the Americas. There, they are sometimes restricted in their ability to proclaim the truth of the Gospels for political or ideological reasons." To hear this from the mouth of the Pope, it's quite something.
This is your anti-Pope, right?
I thought so. Maybe I was wrong. That is one of the most Christian things I've heard a Pope say, ever. And then we take on top of that, too, from literally today, comments on some accepted current things. By transforming gestation into a negotiable service, this violates the dignity both of the child, who is reduced to a product, and of the mother, exploiting her body for the generative process and distorting the original relational calling of the family. Dave Rubin. He didn't call out Dave Rubin. I did that. But, So, Leo's been on a tear of late.
I personally, again, going through IVF and all the other stuff that we had to do, I'm morally upset with my choices. But I think it's more important to have families and have kids than it is to argue about the optimum way in which to conceive them. I think that we have a population decline right now, and ultimately more babies is good.
I completely agree with you. It's just interesting to see these takes from it.
Or it's IVF, or it's all these other things, and it's what gets more souls into the world. Like, you can argue that it's not the best way, and believe me, considering the amount of money that got spent on us to have a kid,
true.
There's a lot of reasons why that's true, right? But I would much rather be in a situation like I would much rather have Dave Rubin have his kid than have that kid not exist. Right?
That is a compelling argument.
right? And I think he's got 2 kids, and so you say, okay, well, without Dave Rubin, would those 2 kids exist? And the answer is probably not.
Now, let's just hope that those children receive a relatively normal childhood and they grow up to be completely normal and nothing weird happens. And if so, great. That's awesome. They won't get a completely normal childhood because, well, that's not a normal childhood.
Dad and dad.
But that said, you know, if they get to at least have a childhood that isn't ripped away from them, like has occurred in a number of these situations, then okay, I'm no harm, no foul.
No, I mean, I would even go so far. Look, I get why people find surrogacy to be weird, and there are a lot of going down that path. There's a lot of protections and legal stuff that should come up with surrogacy. And I struggle with international surrogacy because we won't have those same kinds of protections.
Oh yeah, that's where things get real chintzy.
I am 100% like more babies is better than less babies, right?
Well, your case in point actually to the point you were making there, real quick, is Angelina Jolie. She pulled some kid out of some third world country, and now that kid's a transsexual. Probably wouldn't have been otherwise.
Well, that's and that's a separate problem, right? Like whether the kid's a transsexual because she pulled him out of whatever.
Well, pulled him into Hollywood, so anyway.
Right. Or like, whether the kid was encouraged to change to be a transsexual or not. Ultimately, that's a separate problem. Right?
Well, not entirely separate, but for the purpose of argument, I know what you're talking about. And I'm sure anybody listening does too.
The have more babies is different than trans your children, right? Those are 2 moral complexes with their own independent thesis, conclusion, and argumentation steps.
Yeah, fair. Well, it's getting even later still, so let's get up to wrapping up here because we've hit the 4-hour mark. I've got 2 good ones, and we'll call it at that. And these are some.
We're at 4.5 hours, sir.
Recorded. We're only at 4:05 because we did chat for a while. But anyway, there's a new game that has come out of Shout Out UK. That it's taken the UK by storm. And basically, everybody loves Amelia. Is it Amelia or Emily? No, Amelia. Because she's great. She's just great. She's out here doing all the great things. I'll even read to you from one of the sections of the book. Amelia, Charlie's close friend, has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to join a political group that seeks to defend English rights. Now, mind you, me saying this sounds, why is there a problem? How is this not anything other than innocuous? And then you would look at the screen grab from the game of this and be like, wait, so he's looking at this video of this girl doing nothing problematic. And that's the whole fucking thing. So she's become a meme, and I will provide a link here for the game that hilariously was provided by Israel First Groiper. So follow that link for an entertaining British game and the latest up-and-coming British femme fatale, Amelia.
Oh boy.
They didn't know what they were doing with that one. Which is unsurprisingly very common. And the other, let's close this out with something real big. And one of the favorite topics of the Fake Untitled podcast, and that is anti-aging. There is a medicine that came up last year via New Limit here that is showing multiple youthful functions in old livers.
Okay.
And they're running through. Let's see here. They're actually trying to put this out into a clinic this year. So what they did is they took a number of things, programs, options, or whatever, and ran it through AI, which Of course you do.
Mhm.
And they've got a couple of therapeutic methods that they've got in basically pre-trial or preclinical stages. Okay. And this year, they're wanting to get it out there. I'll just read this real quick out to you. Our first candidate is based on payload with pleiotropic activity, making old hepatocytes both look young and act
hepatocytes.
Young. Oh,
those are liver cells.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Old hepatocytes both look young and act young across multiple dimensions. We discovered the candidates in humanized liver screen, where it made old human hepatocytes look younger and regenerate like young cells too. So
just for context on this, the liver is an organ in the human body that can regenerate.
Mm-hmm.
You can take up to about 60% of it out of a host patient and deliver it as a transplant to a recipient patient. And so liver transplants don't have to be the whole entire liver. Oftentimes they only take about half. And the whole entire liver will regenerate in both patients. So just FYI, that's the extant capacity of liver regeneration in modern medicine. We know that we can just take half of it, put it in a new patient, as long as they both have a hepatic vein and artery in them, major or minor, either one, they will regenerate the entire organ. So there you go.
Pretty cool stuff. That was their initial go, which makes sense. I mean, if you're going to start with any organ, the liver's a great one to start with because it's built to do that kind of thing. So next up, this year, actually, they have introduced their second program, or their second public program, whatever. This one is, let me see here. Which one was this one? This one's meant to, that was their second program. Their second, that was their first AI program. Their second program, like the first one for the liver, is a vascular program.
Okay.
So they're going to be focusing on endothelial cells, like your blood vessels.
Yeah. That's the inside of your blood vessel.
The stuff that turns hard and kind of falls apart.
So what happens is the hardening is from like plaques that form.
Mm-hmm.
It's from inflammation on the inner side, and so you get these deposits underneath the cells, and they kind of bow outward, and it collapses towards the middle. So
kind of like an old hose, if you've seen it, where it's kind of gotten crimped at a part.
I guess kind of like that.
It's not the best analogy, but it's a really easy, dumb analogy to picture.
Sure. But anyway, like the typical depiction is a two-dimensional one where you kind of see like two sides bowing in towards each other, but it really is like it forms a little ring on the inside.
And then stuff gets caught along that, and the whole thing kind of.
It's a positive feedback loop of one variety or another as far as it getting worse.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so much. Aside from the whole, it's easy to get fat and hard to get skinny kind of thing. Like it's part of why it's such a pain in the ass to undo those years of damage that you do as a young stupid person. Is that the tendency is towards maintaining or building up that plaque rather than reducing it without medical intervention. That's just the way it is, and it's better if you get into exercise early. This is one of the reasons why like playing a sport in school pays dividends. Prevents that kind of shit from building up in the first place.
Yeah. So this would be one of those things that's like, look, once it starts going, it's going. And that's just the way it is.
One of the things to do.
Yeah.
One of the reasons one of the ways that this is a benefit is that if we can have a good model of the production and maintenance of endothelial cells, then we can print scaffolding for. This is something that's already a mature technology, is printing cartilaginous or what's the word for it?
Yeah, we've spoken on this.
Anyway, you can print scaffolding for cells. You can seed the cells into the scaffolding, and as long as the correct driving forces are provided, as far as that scaffolding goes, the cells will.
Yeah, basically, as long as it's in the right shape, roughly, even for that matter, and they're given the right instructions, you're going to get X out of it. Whether X is a lung, a heart, a liver, a whatever.
But the point is, with endothelial cells, what we could potentially build, if we're able to induce pluripotence and then specialize to these endothelial cells with a good understanding of what they need, we can produce new grafts to put in. So, for instance, an elderly dialysis patient won't need like a bovine graft.
Well, you would, for instance, you would do a stint. Go on.
Sorry, what's always kind of interesting to me is I think back to, again, the election that was the last time we actually had people talking about different issues, and that was Bush v. Kerry. And stem cells was a significant component of that election. And basically, Kerry's perspective was allow for pluripotent stem cells, and Bush argued from a bioethics standpoint that it's immoral to basically harvest fetuses for your own person.
So when I say induce, I mean the adult ones. When we don't have to induce pluripotence in embryonic stem cells.
Right, and that's the funny part is that the Bush won, and so adult stem cells became the only viable method of inducing stem cell research, and when and what has ended up happening despite that is all of the arguments the left made about the need for pluripotent stem cells basically have been found to be in error. And we've done a tremendous amount of stuff with adult stem cells and the ability to induce,
or for that matter, umbilical cord stem cells that are otherwise just thrown away.
True. That's the
all
thing. All of it. Yeah.
All of that has resulted in, ironically, a better overall outcome, not just from a bioethics perspective, but also, now we're not sitting there
technologically.
We get better stem cells than the aborted fetus cells. Every one of those cells has to be wiped.
Need any of the stuff that we do, we don't have to worry about, by being able to use adult stem cells, we can harvest your own tissues and put them back in your own body, which means we don't need rejection drugs.
Yeah, no, that's actually
literally the outcomes are better with adult stem cells than were possible.
That is one of the major outcomes of the entire research sequence is that rejection drugs. It's like, I've mentioned this before. I have what I would say is probably one of the most common immune deficiencies there is. I don't produce I don't produce IgA. So my issues, limited as they are, pale in comparison to if I would have to shut down my entire immune system to prevent myself from rejecting rejecting a organ. Like, that's what the drugs for organ rejection do, is they shut your immune system down. They don't anesthetize it or take out just the ability to recognize one organ. Yep. They have to cut it off entirely. So you're bubble boy from that point on. But that is not a good place to be. And if we can prevent that in a patient just by giving them their own fucking cells back, that is huge.
And I look back on that election now. Obviously, I was liberal at the time, and so part of it was Democrat good, Republican bad. Another I was very interested in this because I was a bioengineer at the time. That was my major, and so this was a point of discussion in my classes. And basically, the arguments that were being made by the left at the time was that adult stem cells were never, because they're partially differentiated for the most part. There's literally far less value in the lineage of those cells. And
that's the funny thing is, at the same time, I remember that at the same time they'd already taken skin cells and produced brain tissue. Like that, which was wild to me. It's like that can't be anywhere near related. It turns out they're related enough that it was a proof of concept. It's like if you can produce neurons from epithelial, like that's kind of crazy to me.
Well, and that was essentially Bush's argument, is that it looks like we're not terribly far away from being able to introduce pluripotency into adult stem cells, so why not just advance that and see if we can make that technology better?
Looking back,
and while
at the way
I don't think Bush was a wise and intelligent man beyond
Fool me can't get fooled again.
I at the same time, it's kind of ironic that there are more benefits from doing that research path than there was, and this is really the case, right? We had two research paths. We could have gone down the route of pluripotency, and maybe that there is an argument to say that, hey, maybe we would have advanced stem cell technology faster on that route.
Maybe,
but it would have come.
Then you have to harvest so many
drugs.
Kids for.
Right. But by doing what we did, maybe it means that we lost a few years of production, but we eventually got the ability to unlock full pluripotency in these cells.
Here's the part where I kind of split it in the middle. Is I think that at birth, and this actually, there's another ethics concern on this, because people are like, yeah, but then they have your DNA. It's like, well, they already have it anyway. Every time you do a blood test, and you're like, shut the fuck up is kind of my answer on that one. But I think that when you're born, your umbilical stem cells, anything that's left over from you, freeze that shit and save it, because that is them not having to induce pluripotence in your own cells later on. If you've got your cells right there ready to go. But as I understand it, that's just more of a pain in the ass. I mean, not the saving part, but that
like I know years ago when they sat there and they started doing that, that was obviously way after I was born, and kind of before my generation was largely having kids. At the time it sounded really cool, but as time has gone on, I've kind of moved to the opinion that it's probably not useful, or it's a lot more difficult, because you're gonna have to pay a cryo center to store them.
Yeah, that part also got, but again, the cryogenic storage part is fairly facile. Like, just keeping shit cold, as expensive as that can be, when you're doing it at scale, it's actually pretty damn cheap.
Yes, but that's not what they charge you.
Yes, that is true. But again,
I don't doubt.
If you
turned around and you said, Steve, all you need to do is get a fucking tank of liquid nitrogen and just keep it in your fucking basement and top it off every once in a while, right? Like we'll sit there and create, cryo store, and it'll have an app, and it just sits there and sends a text alert to your phone.
Yeah, it'll be like your wedding cake topper,
When your temperature drops, to, or when the level in the tank drops to a certain point, and all you got to do is take a fucking leather glove, pull it out, add more in, and you're done. Like, really, cryo storage is very, very cheap for, it would be something you could easily do in the basement.
But
that's not how this is done.
Right. But again, like, in principle, the square cube law comes to your savior, comes to your aid rather, comes to your aid as the rescue. Just for the fact that the heat exchange is all through the surface, and the bigger your tank is, the more efficient it is. Like the fact, we could store. All I'm saying is that we know that embryonic stem cells kind of do better in terms of their versatility, and we know that there's some cells that you can pick up, during birth. The umbilical cord, you could cut and save cells from that. Then again, so what I was getting to on my little meander there was that then again, you could also just induce pluripotence in literally your fucking skin cells. And if you're really concerned about it, go for the ones with the least radiation. Harvest between your legs, or under your arms, induce the pluripotence, and then grow the organ and fix it. Like, because pulling a cell out of frozen storage, even if we're talking about single cells, like you got to warm them up quick so you don't produce those ice crystals. That's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, you got to give them the Demolition Man treatment. Otherwise, you're going to do it all wrong.
You still got to figure out what the fuck happened during that warming phase.
And, you know, I said that I was going to close it with 2, but I've got one real super quick that we haven't covered at all, and we'll just have to see what comes of it. I just want to mention it because it's absolutely fascinating. But a company by the name of Donut Lab has released a solid-state battery with incredibly high-speed charging rates and incredible stability. If everything's legit...
a bunch of the YouTubers have been going nuts about that.
If it's legit, it's an absolute game changer. Now, they have released an solid-state battery with...
solid-state batteries have been a thing for a little while, but they haven't been...
It performs above and beyond lithium polymers and lithium ions, like well beyond.
That's the thing that's
with 100,000 cycles promised.
Those are the claims being made. Those are the issues. The 100,000 cycles is big.
Yes.
And the better than lipo is also big. Better than lithium ion.
It is. Now, that said, they have delivered on one product so far. They've released the Donut Engine, which is ridiculously small, incredibly powerful, and much lighter than any other competitive.
Yeah, but what's the price per volume, price per kilogram? That's kind of the question. Like, does it compete?
As a matter of fact, it does.
Okay,
now it's more of a rollout thing. Like, they're going to need factories to build them at scale to make it truly viable.
As long as that price is there, and it's not just asking people for a luxury item.
We say there's significantly performance improvement over lithium ion. What's the significance of that performance? Is it power to weight ratio? Is it power to volume ratio?
Charge time's a big one.
The charge time's faster. The number
Safety's
of cycles.
Another big one. Solid states don't short the same.
Yeah, it's apparently like you can just hit it with a hammer and it's fine.
So what happens with solid state is they typically tend to do localized shorting, and it destroys the cell in the area, raising resistance like greatly. So the majority of the charge is saved, and it really only decreases the overall charge instead of the performance of the battery otherwise. So like you still get good discharge. It's still safe.
Well, I've actually got it up here right now. And this is what they claim: 400 watt hours per kilogram. Charging at a rate of, I think they get to roughly 80% in about 5 minutes.
400 watt hours per kilogram?
Yes.
That's not great.
Oh well. If it's got 100,000 cycles and charges as fast as filling your tank with gas,
it doesn't matter, right? So a kilogram, right? That's 2.5 pounds. That's a 2.5 pound battery. You can run a TV for about 3 to 4 hours.
Okay.
Not terrible.
No.
Not great.
It's not. So it's that density, that energy density is roughly at commodity level. It's not at service level. So that's not something you're going to see in industry like in a car yet.
However, there is a motorcycle that uses them. And
that's fine.
It's supposed to get about 600 kilometers on a charge.
There's a plane that they're like retrofitting for fuel cells that doesn't necessarily mean jack shit, right? Like they have a plane that does electrical. There's a plane out there that does electrical batteries as its predominant power source. And every once in a while, whenever they're trying to raise tax money for more battery shit, they drop this plane out as this huge demonstration, and in reality it's got like 180-mile range and a 30-minute flight time.
Well, that's fair. It looks like this isn't that case.
So this motorcycle you mentioned, it has a 600-mile range.
No, kilometer.
Okay, so all right, whatever.
So it has a 300-ish mile range.
Yeah.
Still, which for a motorcycle, that's not a lot. But that said, they say that you can get about, in 1 minute of time, you can add about 60 kilometers to your range. And that in under 10 minutes, you can have the thing fully ready to go another 600 kilometers.
See, that's not that bad.
It's really not. That's twice the time it's going to take to get gas.
Terrible for a car, but for like a scooter, I guess here's the other side of that: is how much is the damn thing? Yes, my guess is that it costs more than a fucking Tesla.
I would be very surprised if it didn't.
I mean,
that is such a how do I say this? That is such a billionaire penis acknowledgement. Like, gaze upon my electric motorcycle.
Let me see
that I
if
can
they've
charge
got
in
prices.
10 minutes.
So,
I mean, again,
oh,
right? Like,
okay. Actually,
all technology,
I've got a number for you.
improvements.
$29,900.
Is it
$29,900 what?
$29,900.
So a $30,000 bike. That's stupid.
No, that's
expensive.
$30,000 for the battery.
Actually, no, that's for the standard battery. For the large battery, it's an extra $5.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. So it's nowhere near practical. Like this is the thing.
It's at the model show. Like, it's at the trade shows, right? That is.
I mean, that's at the point where
eyesight.
enthusiasts are actually interested and will support
This is we're about 5 years out from early adopters dominating the market, and then 10 years from practical production, I guess.
Maybe, but like,
I'd dial that back a little bit, but
here's the thing with batteries, right? Like, and I bring this up every time we talk about fucking batteries. Batteries are a fascinating technology. If you actually get into it, it's quantum physics that derives like a quarter or half of their power, which is really kind of cool. But from a realistic, like, societal purpose scale, they are a very niche technology.
Everything. Batteries are all over the place.
Sure, they are. I'm not saying they aren't, but like, not from like. Yes. So let's say this gets to the point where you do have something like this at those costs, at those numbers. Maybe it'll replace your lithium ion in your phone.
That's what I'm saying. Within 5 or 10 years, we're looking at
you're going
proper market competition,
and like that would be great. But you also
I wouldn't mind having a laptop that I can just carry around forever that doesn't need to be recharged. That'd be dope.
It does need to be recharged.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I did the A to C thing without doing the B thing, and talking about the chip that is actually coming out on the market this year as well, that just accesses like longitudinal waves and just makes it. Well, it doesn't make energy; it accesses energy.
You mean it MEMS that harvests energy?
Yeah.
Micro electromechanical devices.
No, but close enough.
MEMS are energy harvesters from physical agitation.
Yeah, the reason
but
why effectively
Okay.
It accomplishes that through an entirely different method. Well, it doesn't accomplish that. It creates energy or accesses it. It allows you to access energy in a way that is complicated and a little bit beyond me.
The part where you pause, you're just like, oh no, they're pedants. They're going to say, I can't create energy. Hold on a second.
Nope. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I just, again, every single time batteries come up, I hope that we see it.
I appreciate your skeptical.
Every single time I hear it, like, how many times have we covered batteries on this fucking show? It has to have been like 10, 20 times, right?
Well, I remember early in the show we talked about some guy that had come up with an interesting solid-state battery that had very little output, but was completely stable.
We had stuff like that. We've had we've had the large tank-size batteries we've talked about. And I remember one of the times I turned around and I said, hey, if you look at Battery Days, which is the fucking Tesla presentation of bullshit, basically they turned around and came out and fundamentally told everybody that they don't expect any more improvements in the physics or chemistry of batteries, but instead they're going to go for process improvements to try to reduce their cost, which is, I mean, it's great, right? Like,
that is what you do.
That is what you do, but it's also... It also fundamentally means that your grand scheme of this idea of having this grand technology.
If I were Musk, I would have bought these guys out a while ago and pumped more money into their.
Well, again, though, right? Like, there's probably a reason why Elon Musk didn't buy these guys a while ago.
Well, they're also not public.
Right? Like, it doesn't matter if somebody like Elon Musk.
A guy shows up with a
you
big
can
enough
generally
checkbook.
convince people.
You can own technology, and he's not like, it's not like Elon Musk wouldn't be aware of other battery technologies. He's just as likely.
He's also
it's
aware
entirely
of what his
possible.
advisors tell him. He's also aware of what his advisors tell him is whether or not there's going to be a good competition with his product.
Right.
I can get it from his standpoint.
If he didn't go in and buy it, I'm willing to bet you that he has all of his physicists and economics and business people who already looked at this technology before we're hearing about it and said, yeah, this is bullshit. It's not going to work.
Well, the thing is,
Well, you know, they sold
Right
that.
now-
They sold that to the rights too. So
right now they have the technology is working. It might not be in good competition yet. I think that's probably what like I said, if I were him, I would have bought it a while ago. But then again, I'm a little more optimistic on some of these things, and the investment potential is part of the issue, which you're right about.
I think that every single time I've seen I don't even remember what paper it was in, but I remember seeing something and it was all talking about the future of batteries, and it showed a curve of the I can't remember what the two axes were. I think it was cost versus wattage of different battery technologies, and there's dozens of them, by the way. Like lithium ion
You're talking about the
is the lightest weight versus the lightest weight. It hits this weird niche of being lightweight. It's more expensive than other types of batteries for the amount of charge, but
it's got good power density and it's lightweight.
It's got good power density. It's lightweight. It's got good rechargeability. It's a little bit more expensive than like a traditional sulfuric acid lead battery. But you can't really carry one of those fuckers around in terms of volume and weight and everything else. And like every time new battery technology comes out, every fucking time, just like every time new solar technology comes out, they come out with this big press release. They do they stick it in something to show that it works. Scale, right? It's not just some sort of lab demonstration block thing. And it never goes anywhere other than that. And the reason that it never goes anywhere other than that is it hits one of the handful of it hits a major block to market, which is either the profitability is not there, right? Like it's more expensive, way more expensive than any other conventional product on the market. Number two, it can't be mass produced, which is another thing that happens like with solar panels. You see this all the time. People be like, solar panels can get so much energy efficiency. And you're like, yeah, in a fucking lab when you're hand growing the crystals. Yes.
not true. Like they can get really good efficiency in space too, where there's no atmosphere.
No, your efficiency in space is the same. It's just when you talk about energy efficiency for solar panels.
Okay, fine. All right. You're an engineer and technician. I get it. You're right.
It's like 16 to 21% in the mass market, and it's like 40% of what you can get 40% in a lab and 16 to 21% in a single pass on the mass market, because we just can't fucking grow crystals with that level of precision in order to get a more efficient. Like we can't create in mass production a perfect environment to grow crystals to get that kind of yield. And so that's another thing when we start talking about electricity and electricity-related technologies like these batteries. It's great that they can theoretically do something, but there's a big difference between can theoretically do something and, oh yeah, I made one that I put in a motorcycle, and this is my estimated cost, and can this actually get to mass market?
Well, to be fair, they are literally delivering to mass markets, so yes, but we'll have to see how it all plays out.
All right.
Yeah, but are they delivering
Quarter 1, 2026
those technical specs?
Yes.
Or do they have some sort of demonstrable product on the market? Right? Like,
they literally
the best
do.
example is watch Timcast whenever Ian comes on and Ian decides to
it is not made of graphene. It is not made of graphene, to clarify.
Just like that fucking graphene shit.
Hey, now, a video just dropped where graphene is actually happening. That said, gentlemen,
it is late as can be. Guys, let's just call it here. And anyway, things are very interesting all around. Shit is crazy. Thank you all for tuning in. Craig, thanks for staying up. Steve, thanks for staying up, brother. I'm Evan. You can find me at That Fake Dan. You can find Steve at Ratman720. And you can find Craig at CraigBob99. And everyone, it has been a pleasure. Make sure and share the show with everyone. If you made it to the 4-hour mark, bless your sweet soul. You have learned many things.
Be asleep by a half hour.
So, with that, everybody, be well, be safe, be good. We'll see you soon.